All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pre-Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible long holiday weekend here in the U.S. and just a regular weekend for those that are not in the U.S. Good morning, Eamon. How are you today?
Good morning, Carlos. Well, it's a good day. It was a good weekend. I live in Russia, so we don't have this Memorial Day here. No
Yep.
barbecue, no day off. So my weekend was simple. It was just family time, some walking, a lot of tea, while pretending that I'm not thinking when the market is going to be open. The funny part is when you live in a different country, you always forget which holidays are real for you and which ones are not. Because I live in Russia, we have our own holidays, but at the same time, I work with in the US market.
In the US, yeah.
And we have these holidays around there. So it's like, I know it's a day off, but everybody is working here, right? So anyway, it's interesting.
Yeah. And we also have our Canadian friends might have been off. No, I think it was regular business for Canada as well. Good morning, Peter. How are you?
Regular business. Yes, indeed. So, yeah, I had the same experience where everybody was working and I wasn't. So I did lots of errands. But I had a victorious weekend. Decided I would come and celebrate. I got my whole like fancy medal. Look at this little fancy medal they gave me with a little spinny thing.
That's pretty fancy. Yeah, they took time on that. Yeah.
So I did it. Got my ceremonial T-shirt. I did it. So I did the half marathon on the weekend. So my legs are still a little rubbery, but not so bad. It's certainly much more reasonable to do a half marathon than a full marathon, in my opinion. So glad I did it.
Nice, man. Congratulations. Friends, let's get to it as we kick off this short holiday week of trading. Here's our gap list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Tons of stuff on there, tradingterminal.com. Check it out. Tools just like this one, market atlas, scanners, and much more. Today, everything leaning in the green. As you can see here, a lot of stuff gapping up nicely this morning, plus our overall SPY as well, making new all-time high, 751.69 is the high I'm showing here in the pre-market this morning. So me and Amy were talking just before hopping on here, and it's just, this market is just up and up and up. We'll come down eventually, but that is not looking like today as we're making all-time high here again. So looking forward to another great week of trading, guys, as we get kicked off here. Let's take a look at what some of the things that are happening, that happened actually over the last couple of days and this weekend. We'll go to Eamon with Friday and weekend in 60 seconds. So funny. We say 60 seconds, but I told Eamon, I like the title. 60 seconds. I like the title. Come on. But you're not getting through this in 60 seconds. There's too much going on with this beautiful market. But I like the title. I like it. Yeah.
It's a ceremonial 60 seconds.
Yeah. You know what? What's that?
It reminds me of when you call your friend and tell him, "Hey, where are you?" And he's saying, "Yeah, I'm on my way," and he's just getting out of the shower.
Oh, you guys, Russians do that too, because in my country, man, the Americans, we do that all the time. We'll be there in a few could be 3 hours. So yeah, all right. So a few people do that. All right, take it away.
Okay, so yes, guys, let's do it in 60 seconds. So. Yesterday, the markets were closed for the Memorial Day. So today, the market is coming back after a long break, and it's coming in strong. It's literally at all-time high. I didn't expect that, but I wanted to say that Friday ended strong because I thought that today we are going to pull back, but looking at today is strong, right? Anyway, on Friday, the Dow closed at another record above 50,000. The S&P and Nasdaq finished higher than they were on Thursday, but they weren't that high. Honestly, with that slow of price action on Friday, I thought that after the long weekend, we are going to get a dump. But anyway, the more interesting part was the small caps. The Russell outperformed for a second day in a row, and we talked about that on Friday. This is important because if small caps keep joining the rally, it means that the market is more healthy. It means that the move is not only controlled by NVDA, Microsoft, Apple, and a few mega cap names. But the interesting thing is whether we are going to have a follow through on the small caps today or not. Then we had Iran as well. How do you get without Iran news, right? Every single day, this is one of the main headlines because over the long weekend, the headlines stayed mixed. Rubio said that there was, what did you say, Peter?
The no news news.
The
It's
no news,
always
exactly.
it's always
It's
the
always
same non-news.
Exactly. It's always the same. I mean, there's like, there is slight progress, there is no progress, there is mediation, but like Peter said, I mean, there was no clean final deal. So no news. So the oil is still, I mean, it's a big thing to keep an eye on. If oil stays calm, I think the market is going to rip even higher than we have it now at the pre-market. But obviously, if we get some negative news and oil bounces, then the market might start worrying again about these fuel costs, yields, and inflation. But let's be honest, the market didn't care about that within the last month or 2 months. Not sure how it's going to affect the market a lot. I mean, it should, but market cares about nothing right now. The interesting thing on Friday was Dell. Dell ripped higher on Friday because the traders connected it directly to NVDA. If NVDA says the AI infrastructure demand is still huge, then the market starts looking at who else benefits from this. And on Friday, it was Dell. Remember that servers, storage, AI PCs, data centers, all this puts Dell right into the middle of this AI infrastructure trade. So Dell was one of the clearest NVDA read-through trades. We also had some talks about OpenAI. OpenAI is preparing for a confidential IPO filing with a possible huge valuation later this year. And the thing about it is now we have SpaceX, we have OpenAI, and AI infrastructure names. They're all becoming public market stories, and they're all coming public market stories at the same time. And SpaceX, since we talked about it on Friday, Starship finally made it. It was a partial success, right? For those who did not watch the launch, the ship did reach the space and made it to its planned things, but the booster still had some issues. So yeah, that's basically it. I mean, let's go maybe for what to expect today. Um, Today is basically a follow through. The market already knows all the headlines from the weekend. So the question is, what will the market do with these headlines? And seeing the market right now, I think it digested it positively and it is ripping higher. Um, the thing that's going to be important today is consumer confidence at 10 a.m. But I'll leave it to Peter. He's going to talk about it in more detail probably after I'm done with this. Now, one thing that I'll definitely be watching today will be Dell and AI because Dell is probably the big one this week. If I'm not wrong, they're having their earnings on the 28th. Obviously, they're not reporting today, but after that huge move on Friday, it becomes the key AI infrastructure watch. So I'm going to definitely keep an eye on this thing. And yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, we already had the headlines during the weekend, and there are so many of them. Now we just need to see how the market is going to react to them. Uh, Ideal scenario, we need the oil to stay calm, consumer confidence to be at least somehow stable, and if small caps participate today as well, that would be really good for the market. So yeah, I'm a long recap for today, but it was a long weekend. Now let's head back to Peter and
Yep.
Carlos.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you, Amos. Amazing. Peter, we have some stuff coming out later today. What's on deck this morning?
Yeah, not a lot. The highlight would be the consumer confidence number that Eamon mentioned that is supposed to come out at 10 a.m. Consumer confidence is one of those ones that, again, the market used to pay really close attention to economic data, including consumer confidence. As of late, hasn't really cared that much. If you look at the consumer confidence over the last couple of years, it's been pretty consistent. It doesn't seem that, maybe it's how they measure these things. I feel like consumer confidence has varied a little more than this since 2021, but apparently not. They're like consumers are confident all the time, pretty much. So we're going to be in this estimated range that you can see here. There's really not much variation. The expected number is 91.9, as you can see. So look, unless something weird happens and it comes way out of range, it's going to be business as usual. So I don't expect much impact, but be aware of it, because at 10 a.m. if you're in a trade, sometimes the market can take this immediate reaction, right? It can either pop or drop. Often it recovers, but just that's the one number for the day, really, that we have to keep our eye on. Other than that, Carlos, we just have our gappers list, and of course all our favorites that we can keep an eye on.
Yep, absolutely, friends. And let's dive into some of that right now. So we see our gappers list has a ton this morning as market continues higher and higher. We're just looking at Dell, as you mentioned it, Eamon. What a Friday. Didn't know how big the move was on Friday. Again, we kind of closed shop early, as a lot of people started their weekend. But man, look at that day. Really, really breaking down nicely and gapping up some more today. Already up 5.3. So we might be adding this to the list. But let's start with our gappers list here. MNTS on deck this morning. MNTS this morning so far up a whopping 82%, guys. 15 million shares traded, so tons of volume on it this morning. This is momentous. We saw this a couple of times last week or the week before. Has had a couple of ways where it has made our gappers list, that has some increase in volume, and you can see the movement there. And today already 15 million. This is more volume than they have done in the last 3 months. So again, big volume already just in the pre-market alone, Peter. So what's the latest and greatest as Momentous continues to rock here?
Well, it's going to be one of, I think, a few stocks that are going to be looking to take advantage of the SpaceX IPO. Really, this is such a hotly anticipated IPO. As we know, the biggest of all time, the first time retail traders can actually participate. There's 4 different platforms you can actually buy IPO priced stocks. So normally us common folk don't get to participate in the pre-IPO pricing, but Elon and his team have made sure that is technically possible, but it's so oversubscribed. Don't expect to get an allocation, but you could try if you really want to. MNTS, though, is one of these stocks that Momentous is the company. It's a space play, aerospace and play, and they're just expected to move on sympathy. So they're already getting some sympathy. I don't know. Can you call it sympathy if they're moving in advance of the IPO? I don't know. Anyways, they're moving on anticipation of the IPO. So that's Carlos. I don't even know how to trade that news, because we don't normally get this where something moves, in the anticipation of something else that hasn't yet happened. So maybe this will keep moving. Maybe it'll be dead at the open. I don't know. So far, looks decent. Obviously, it's had a huge move from the close on Friday here, and it's sort of leading our gap up list up 82%. I mean, on significant volume here this morning. So, maybe we should watch it. I mean, I can't say that we shouldn't.
Yeah, I think a couple of these we should watch, and I do see more of the space type stocks on here. Lunar is on here as well. So again, a lot of it being driven by this thing here. But this is leading the way. So maybe we do add it. It is a low float ticker, though. Very, very low float ticker. 5.7. Now, I know it has some big news behind it, but it's still a risky stock. So maybe a popcorn ticker for us today. Although, again, I think the news is real. I think this is really going to drive a lot of other companies up as well. CODX is another low float ticker at under just over 1 million shares float. As you can see here, so CODX is the ticker, and these guys not as pretty as the other one, but still up 21% here, 4.6 million shares traded, hard to borrow, SSR. I mean, this thing has all the flags on this morning, so I don't like it. I'm gonna be skipping on this one, Peter. Diagnostics is the name of the company here. Won't be watching this one.
Yeah, Co-Diagnostics, not so happy news, but I guess good for the company. They basically have a test kit for Ebola, which is important because the U.S. is having a little Ebola outbreak, or a concern of an Ebola outbreak anyways. It looks like the market has flagged these guys as, hey, they might have a test for that. They can't solve it, but they might be able to identify it. So it's I don't know. I mean, this Ebola thing feels a little overdone. I'm not sure if it's a big problem or not. I haven't been following the news on this that closely, to be honest. But anyways, this stock is moving on the fact that they've got their test kits available and ready for use should people want to call upon them. So
yeah, there it is, friends. I think it's like 3 people, Peter, but
yeah,
it's Ebola, so when it's something so dangerous and powerful, it can it's going to create headlines. And I'm kidding, guys. I don't know if it's 3 people, but it's a short amount of people that have come up with this too. And what happened to the other one? Is the other thing gone already? What's the other disease virus that was
the Hanta virus?
Hanta. What's the deal with that? Is that resolved or?
I think so. I mean, it's not really transmittable human to human. Really, it's just through secretions from a rat or mouse. So I think that they've basically done all the testing. They've sent everybody back to their home countries. They've done the quarantining. As far as I know, that ship that this was all based off of has been handled. So I think that's sort of faded away, right? The news cycle moved on one way or the other. And you know how short our attention span is, right? We're like, never mind, move on to the next thing. Oh, let's how about Ebola now? So.
Yeah. I saw the comment about shipping people back to their country. I'm like, why not just keep them here in the same room? Yeah. Don't put them on a plane. I'm sure they were in a private, in a isolated, but still, just put them all in the room and just contain it there before you start sending people to other countries. But I'm not the smartest person in the room. I'm sure they got their reasons for that.
There's weird things that happen all the time. Like my wife and I were talking about this news on the weekend, where with the Ebola thing, because there was a guy with suspected Ebola on a plane, right? And the plane was supposed to land in Detroit, and Detroit refused landing, so they landed in Canada. And we tested the dude and said, no, he's negative. So then the plane took off and landed in Detroit. I'm like, why did we get involved? I don't know. Like, what if Detroit didn't want him? Why do we want him? But anyways, but it turned out it was all good. But maybe we had better facilities in Toronto, or I think it was Toronto that they went to. I'm not sure, but it was just one of those weird news articles where you don't have enough information. I love how sometimes they do that. I think they do it on purpose, right? They only give you enough information to get really concerned or angry, but not enough to actually know what really happened, right?
Yeah.
So,
just get you interested, but we don't have the full story. All right, so CODX, guys, I don't like it. Looks messy. We'll leave it alone. I think there'll be better stuff to look at this morning. CPSH also moving up here, up 20%, very low volume. Another low flow, 11.3 million shares flow. So again, another one that I probably won't be keeping an eye on, Peter. Not sure it's moving this higher. CPS Technologies, does this involve with the space thing or what?
It is. They are a supplier of equipment, some components. I don't know exactly what they supply, but they're a supplier to SpaceX and Starlink. And as such, once again, right, everybody's riding on this coattails. Yeehaw, let's go, IPO. So yeah, it looks like the date is set, right? June the 12th is the first day of trading. So it's I mean, this is like superstar status of IPOs. Never before. Like, this is the one where you've got the barista talking to you about the IPO of SpaceX, right? So what do you do? Carlos, I will admittedly, I'll be laughing my ass off as this thing drops heavy at the IPO open date. But I don't know. The hype is so big. It's unprecedented. It's really tough to know. It could be that this gets so hyped that it's its own worst enemy, right? Like, if it gets hyped so much, we don't even know what the open price is. But if it gets to one of those prices that people are uncomfortable with, like what if it opens at $400 or $500, right? That could scare people off. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Yeah. It's just there's too many.
We'll see, man. There's just so much money. There's so much money. And people want a place to put it. They want to be on the train to the next best thing. Elon has proven that his stuff takes off and does well. But you're right. For a short period of time, we'll see. It'll be interesting. All right, let's continue here. Rob says, I agree. Canada isn't even a state in the U.S. yet. Yet. What does that mean, man? Those start no problems, John. Well, Toronto is part of the U.S. I think it's below the 49th line, right? That's supposed to be all U.S., and we kind of did something there. Let me not get started. I'm kidding. All right, let's go. Here it is. HLIP IT, H-Lit this morning. So if I look at H-Lit right now, we are up 18%, 821,000 shares traded, 106 million shares flow. Harmonic Inc. Is what I'm seeing here as the name. Really low volume on the daily, so not a whole lot happening here. But man, big jump this morning with a pre-market that's kind of questionable. Typically not a stock that I will watch. I like the movement higher. Volume is starting to come in, but not sure on this one, Peter. I don't think we ever looked at this one before, so I don't know how well they trade. Not sure. On the fence, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, they've got a couple of interesting pieces of news, but the volume is low enough to be concerning that I guess this is not going to take off. They got some attention after they won a contract here in Finland to use their C-Star optical node, and then they got people focused on the fact that, hey, these guys have what they're calling a near monopoly with some of their technologies, and they've really cornered the market on this, as they've got some very proprietary and effective solutions. However, that's not really news to people that are in the industry, right? Like, while they've got a monopoly on this thing, it seems like it's a very limited application, and as such, the people that don't know, maybe they're all victims of clickbait, right? On this, people that don't know are like, hey, these guys got a monopoly, we should do something, they're great. And others, I feel like the industry at large is like, yeah, we already knew that, and they still can only sell so many units, right? Like, it's not everybody that's going to be needing this thing. So I feel like it's maybe overdone. I don't think I'll be putting this on my list for today.
Yeah, I don't like it either, man. It just looks very light on volume. Volume's starting to pick up, but it's just everything else does not look great this morning. All right, and this list, I'm sure we'll find better things to look at, and we'll see. MNTS, I will be adding that to the list. I just don't know if it's a popcorn, if it's a primary. It is moving on some news of, again, SpaceX, which is the most anticipated IPO to come out. And do we have a confirmed date, Peter? I think we spoke about it last week. Is there a confirmed date in June?
IPO? Yeah, June the 12th.
June the 12th. Okay, so a couple of people are asking. June the 12th is when this IPOing. Ben says SpaceX will probably open up at 600 to 1,000 a share. No, man, it's not going to do that. I don't think so. Yeah, even at 100, I don't think it's going to open that high. Yeah,
they're running this in very tight timelines. So they actually only announced pricing, I think, the first week of June. And then, there's a lot of rumors about what the pricing is going to be as they're positioning for it. We'll get more information day by day here as we go. But yeah, it's pretty tight timelines on this thing. So
Now, what could happen is it can definitely take off and hit 600 and then crash down. If the higher it goes, the faster it's going to crash down. I'm not saying it's going to go negative past below their IPO, but you can't sustain that, as we've seen many times over again. So we'll see. We'll be here. ASPI is next on the list, friends. ASPI this morning. This one's moving up 14%. Also another one, very low volume, 67 million shares flow. So a lot of stuff on our gap up list, guys, right now. There's a few doing well, but a lot of it just high numbers for very low volume right now. So I don't like that, right? 200,000 here, 800, 900. This is okay. 350. The next one is 324. So again, lower volume than what we like to see in most cases. Peter, this one doesn't look great on the daily, but today, right now, in the pre-market, up 15%, 363,000 shares traded. ASP Isotopes Inc. is the name of the ticker.
Yep, they have basically restarted their Silicon 28 enrichment facility I think it's based in South Africa. Anyways, and it's interesting. They say they've started the first 18 stages of their Silicon 28 enrichment facility. Makes me wonder, how many stages are there in this thing? Anyways, apparently to enrich Silicon 28, it takes a lot of stages. But I mean, it's good news for the company. Tradable? Probably not. I don't think it's going to get enough volume.
Yeah, same. We'll skip it. Let's do one more, then we'll hop around. I mean, the list, guys, massive. I mean, look at this. It's just, you can keep on scrolling and scrolling. There's a ton of names here. Future's back on deck again, guys. EMPH, MU, of course, the semis doing what they do, but the list is just massive. A lot of it, as we mentioned earlier, is by this guy over here, pushing things higher and higher. That is the SPY, the overall market again. All-time highs here this pre-market. We're kicking off this week. And you can see here how the daily just continues higher. So let's do one more UMC, and then we'll leave it over to Peter to see what he likes this morning before we continue on to Eamon with some more interesting stuff here. So UMC, we're up 15% here, 355,000 shares traded. Pre-market action doesn't look all that exciting. We just got the initial gap up, and then we were just kind of going sideways here. And if we look at the float on this one, massive at a 2.3 billion as far as the float goes. So normally does not trade very well. Very light volume on the daily, Peter. You can see it right on here. Very small moves. The last 30 days or so, you can see is a slight increase in volume. And the days are getting better. They're going from like this little dashes to at least having a body, right? So we're getting some different type of movement on it. And today, big gap up as we start this morning.
Yeah, I still don't think it's enough for us to pay attention. I mean, this is a AI. We haven't talked a lot about AI, surprisingly, but yeah, AI demand is what's pushing United at Microelectronics. Yeah, not enough here for me to be interested in trading them this morning. If I'm going to trade the AI rush, I'll keep with the usuals, right? The same old that we trade all the time. Semiconductors. That's where it's at, baby. That's the place to be, in my opinion.
Yeah, I could not agree more. All right, Peter, let's continue with you. Anything you like on the gap up? I know all our usual suspects seem to be on here. Might be just a little bit lower, but as far as the gap up side of things, anything you like that we haven't covered that might be or might not be on this list?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I have to go to some of the usuals. NVIDIA is gapping higher. All of the semis actually are gapping higher today. Again, not a surprise when you've got a market that's doing what it's doing, also in all-time high territory, and we know generally what's been pushing that. So, NVIDIA is of course something to focus on. Tesla, even Tesla is about 1% higher, and it was higher earlier this morning. So, we're seeing a little bit of a pullback right now, but I think you could pretty much, Magnificent Seven, pick any of them, any one you want, and you could watch it. Google actually looks surprisingly good pre-market. I didn't really see any news on it, but it was interesting just to see that movement. The volume isn't all that high, but it was just it was moving weirdly, oddly smoothly. Anyways, other than that, Carlos, we're gonna have to wait for this opening bell and see where we go. It's this week in particular doesn't have a lot happening, right? Like, I feel like for the next couple of weeks, we're probably going to largely be in a wait mode. Wait for news and wait for the SpaceX IPO. I think a lot of money is going to be sort of positioning itself for one of these two things. Either something's going to be happening, maybe eventually in Iran, maybe, perhaps. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, or we're just going to wait for this big IPO because, I mean, we're sort of post-earnings season for almost everything. We're after all of the big fun that's happened. There's no big economic announcements anticipated, so I think we're just going to be waiting on some news.
Yeah, absolutely, friends. Let's do first, before we do our social post and feature story, we're going to hand off the chat room over to Jared. Engineering the Market starts now, friends. Over on our chat room, head over to bearwithtraders.com for Engineering the Markets. Jared's going to take you through his morning preparation and get you ready for live trading there with Andrew and Brian. Excellent. So you guys have a great morning. We'll continue here on X and also live on YouTube. All right.
It's smart.
Yep, trade smart, guys. Eamon, let's go to social polls, feature story, and then we'll hop over to the gap down, which is a little bit smaller this morning. So we'll go to that quickly and try to pick off some more stuff on the gap up of this list.
All right. Well, the debate today is simple. SpaceX has filed. OpenAI is preparing, an Anthropic maybe next. So are we about to see the greatest AI investment opportunity in generation, or this is the peak of AI bubble? That's basically the question that's going on in social now. The bull case is this. Once these companies go public, we finally get real numbers. Right now, a lot of AI is still private market storytelling. There are big valuations, big revenue claims, big spending plans, but not always clean public financials. When OpenAI, Anthropic, and SpaceX are forced to publish their real filings, investors will finally see what is real. revenue, losses, cash burn, ownership, governance, risk factors. That transparency can be good, and the strongest companies will survive it and will keep going higher. And for serious investors, I think this would be really useful. But the bear case is just as strong. These companies, they need a lot of money, like a lot, right? OpenAI may need hundreds of billions more over the next few years. Anthropic is raising at massive valuations, and SpaceX has Starlink, which is real and is profitable. But again, rockets, Starship, and AI are still very expensive. So the question is not whether AI matters, because it clearly does, but the question is how much should investors pay today for profits that may not show up for years? And that's the real debate. The bulls say this is the start of a new public market AI era, and the bears say private investors may be handing the risk to public investors at the highest valuations possible. And that's what makes this IPO wave so important. I mean, it's not just about OpenAI, SpaceX, or Anthropic. It's about whether public markets are ready to fund the next stage of this AI boom. And on the featured story today is about OpenAI's IPO. OpenAI may become one of the biggest IPO stories, in my opinion, but it's not just an IPO story. Because normally, when a company goes public, investors ask simple questions. How fast is it growing? Is it profitable? Who controls it? And what are the risks? With OpenAI, every answer is a little bit complicated. The exciting part is obvious. ChatGPT is one of the fastest products that are growing at the moment. Hundreds of millions of people use it every week. Businesses are using it, students, developers. I mean, it's kind of a part for daily life right now, right? But I mean, the product is real, the demand is there, and the revenue growth is there. But the problem is OpenAI is spending a lot of money. This is not a clean software company with high margins. I mean, at least not yet. The AI models are expensive, data centers expensive, are expensive, the talent is expensive. So the market has to answer a hard question. Is OpenAI building the most important software for the next decade? Or it is building something so expensive that the profits will come much later than the investors want? And there is also the ownership issue. Microsoft is so involved in OpenAI. So the OpenAI Foundation, I mean, it has huge control. So public investors might not be buying just a company with simple governance, right? They may be buying into a structure where the technology is obviously important, but the control is not straightforward. This is what makes this IPO interesting. It's not just about valuation. It's about whether public markets are ready to price the AI companies that are growing so fast, spending so much, and still figuring out what will be the final business model. To be fair, I mean, OpenAI is one of the most important companies in the world right now, but important does not necessarily mean easy to value. And that's what this IPO will test. I mean, are we just buying numbers in the future, or are we buying the belief that OpenAI will become the operation system of the whole AI out there? So that's basically it. Yep.
Yeah, excellent, man. I don't know if you guys saw this, but China, this thing is so big with AI that China is actually expanding. So I guess they have some kind of restrictions on any top AI talent from on private firms going overseas. So if you're a top AI talent pro in, let's say, working for Alibaba or something, or you want to go to the US, you want to travel somewhere else, you got to get permission from the government. How crazy is this? That's how big AI has become, that if you're a high pro talent, you are somewhat valuable, and they have to watch where you're going. This is insane.
Feels like
we have something similar to that in Russia, but not for the big talents, for people who are working in the kind of
Yeah.
in the FSB.
Remember when in the 80s and 90s when all the athletes were defecting every time they went to an international competition from different countries? So that's what it feels like now. They're watching tech talent like they used to watch athletes. So
yeah, it's just wild, man. Harvey, I'm not sure if he's in chat, but he sent me this great link. I'm going to share with you guys, and I like it. We're closer to 1994 than 1999. It's talking about the internet bubble as far as AI. And it goes to explain in a lot of great detail, some really good pictures here on all the different bubbles that we had, right? And a lot of this stuff is stuff that now has again revolutionized the way we think and work. I'll give you an example here where they had here's a good one, right? These are things that changed the world: cars, trains, computers. AI is here. So the whole article, I haven't read the whole entire thing, but the point of the article, and I'll send it, it's a great link, it's very well put together, points out that, hey, we're still in the building the infrastructure part, right? Yeah. So we're still very far out from the actual bubble, right? We're still in the building part, which we're seeing data centers, all this thing being built, and then eventually the potential, because we don't know for sure the potential of a possible a bubble burst. I love this here: U.S. Steel, Standard Oil, Microsoft, Internet, of course, and then NVIDIA is next. So again, just their prediction. We don't know for sure, but really great article, well put together. So I'll send it to you guys so you guys have it. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting, man. It's gonna be exciting. We're here for it, and as long as we can continue to get great trades all the way up to that point, we are going to be doing very, very well. All right, Peter, I see you have something up here. What is that for now?
Oh, at any time. People are asking about the SpaceX timeline, so I just thought.
Oh yeah, let's do it now. Let's do it now.
Just so people understand. I said, this is a remarkably short timeline for IPOs, since we're focused a little bit on the IPOs here this morning. As you can see, usually what they do is they do a multi-week roadshow, and the roadshow means where they usually go around to institutions and try and get them to buy in, right, and sort of get offer it to their high net worth clients and get them in. This is going to be a very different roadshow, right? Like, the bankers don't have to do much of a pitch. Like, can you imagine being a banker and say, hey, look, I've got this IPO, let me explain it to you. Like, what do you have to explain? Everybody on the planet knows about it if you're paying attention to US stocks. So yeah, their roadshow. So they've only given themselves a week to do that. They're pricing it literally the night before it's supposed to start trading on June the 12th. So we're going to get advance notice about the pricing, of course, because of the way they're doing the pricing. There's a lot of non-insiders who's going to be aware of the roadshow. Is usually, again, where you do the pitch to the high net worth. They're gonna leak what they're gonna get the IPO price for. So we're gonna start hearing actual pricing. We're already hearing rumors about the pricing, but we'll see what happens. But as you can see, first day of trading, June the 12th, and I can't imagine them deviating from that. There's too much hype around this. They could, because sometimes IPOs don't open exactly when they say, and they never release a time. So the next question people are going to ask, well, what time on June the 12th? No idea. They never, ever release a time. This one, I got to imagine they're not going to wait too long, because they're going to want to capitalize on everybody sitting and waiting and watching, right? So it probably will open fairly early, but fairly early for an IPO usually means 11 a.m.-ish. So, but it's just a guess. We'll find out when we get there. But there you go. There's the actual time frames for what we're expected on SpaceX.
All right, there it is, friends. All right, let's take a look here at AKTX, which is leading the gap down list this morning, friends. So AKTX down 25%. So big drop for them this morning. Very low float, guys. I'm showing almost 500,000 as the float. So very low float here, and we saw this before. I remember the ticker. It was a big one. It had like it was running here. Yeah, a couple of times actually. We saw it running. This will be probably like a year ago. It's been a while. But again, not really tradable. I'm gonna skip it, guys. Low flow stock, up nicely here. Down 24%. Hard to borrow. Yeah, I don't think this will be tradable on AKTX. Peter.
No, this is a very sort of traditional second day play, right? It's just this is the sell off you almost always get after things surge hugely, especially after a long weekend, right? The enthusiasm cools a little bit. People sort of come back to reality and say, well, wait a second, what about their quarterly earnings? What about their actual practical business? And then the stock moves down a little bit. So like you said, Carlos, I don't think there's a trade in this for us today.
Yeah, no, we'll leave it alone, friends. Next, CRBP. That just disappeared, but I saw it. I'm not going crazy. But CRBP was just there. Corpus Pharmaceutical. These guys are down 10%, and it just looks nasty, guys. So 262,000 shares traded. I mean, there's really nothing happening here. It will hit our list based on everything that we have going, but this just looks horrible. So won't be doing anything with this, Peter.
No, they're working on a cure for cervical cancer. They released some phase 1-2 data. The market's not too impressed, but yeah, as you said, we don't. Good work. Keep up the good work. But yeah, not a trading target for us. Oh, you're on mute, Carlos, if you're talking.
Oh, yes, I am talking. Next is going to be BP. It's down 5.4 this morning, 1.7 million shares traded. And again, you can see the daily on here. It's just a nice run up from all beginning of the year all the way to about April, stalled, and today we're heading the opposite direction. Not sure what's driving them lower, but they got some good volume here. 1.7 million shares traded so far. 71 million shares flow, so a little bit higher than what we've seen in the last couple of tickers that have been leading the gap up and gap down list this morning.
Yeah, the BP board took a special vote and kicked out their chairman, Albert Manifold, over concerns over his governance and conduct. So I don't know what this dude did, but Albert, man, you've been a naughty boy. So they kicked him out. They've appointed a person named Ian Tyler as the interim chair. That's got people a little concerned about what's happening over at BP. That's why it's moving this morning. I don't think it's going to be tradable, but maybe. I don't know. It's we don't normally trade oil and gas. They typically don't trade all that well, especially being that this is dual listed. So, but it is down. It's got 1.7 million shares. It's obviously down 5%, which is quite a bit for BP. I don't think this will be a good trading stock, but I'm thinking maybe actually on this, Carly. We don't have a lot on the list today.
Yeah,
there could be some more negative sentiment on it. I mean, again, how impactful? It's like the business hasn't changed. The underlying business hasn't changed significantly. This is really just all, boardroom politics, quite literally. So.
Literally, and sometimes that makes me feel like an overreaction, right? If your business has not changed, nothing's changed, just the guy's out. Which again, I get it. Maybe you like them, but the market, well, at least the market did. The market's reacting to it. We'll see. I'm gonna add it in a second there. I would love to see how this news is going to move. I mean, you're down 5%.
They're reacting more to the the turmoil than the person.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not sure this is a statement about whether they liked or didn't like them. It's more the, hey, what's going on over there, and a little bit of concern why it's dropping. So.
Yeah, well, why are we all not playing nice and in line? More of the situation there. All right, let's continue here, guys. Two more on the gap down, and we'll have time to look at what you guys have on deck and anything else that we might have not covered yet. Next one is BLDP. So BLDP is down this morning 5%, 322,000 shares traded. Another one that has very light volume, lower price. I technically don't like stocks under $5, under 10 usually. Although between 7 and 8 you can find some stuff, 9 that trades well, but under 5 it's just a little bit tougher. And this one doesn't look it doesn't look exciting even on the pre-market itself. In the 5-minute here, yes, we're down 5%. But I don't see anything that I love. So won't be on my list, Peter. Not sure what's driving Ballard Power Systems lower. Is this boilers, Peter?
No. They make fuel cells for vehicles. And it's funny because I have, I need to find out. I bought shares in Ballard Power Systems like 15 years ago. And somewhere in one of my portfolios, I should have some shares for this, but because they restructured and had all sorts of problems, and I wrote them off, but I should actually still own some shares somewhere. Anyways, I'll have to look that up at some point. But they're gapping down here a little bit today. I don't see any news on the company. Other than one of their big investors decided to sell their stake in it. Other than that, but that was news from like 2 weeks ago almost. So I don't see anything of interest for trading.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Next on here is going to be VG. VG is next, and we saw these guys maybe 2 weeks ago or maybe a week ago. I can't remember, but they were making some noise here, moving higher. Today they're down 4%. Another one with very light volume, massive flow, 502 million. Again, I just don't think that. Yeah, I don't think this will be on my list. There's so many better stuff to look at. Even our usual suspects this morning is going to be better than this here. So we'll skip this for now.
Yeah, and nothing, no news in this. I think it just happens to be gapping after a long weekend. So yeah, nothing to see here.
All right, there we go, friends. Man, Peter, I thought about you this weekend. There was a ad I saw, and I can't remember the car that they were talking about. It was an EV, and they're I think it's the first EV of their kind of a supercar. I don't know if it was Ferrari or some other supercar or Porsche. I can't remember. But to the point that they're going to simulate the sounds, which we've seen that done before. It's nothing new, right? If you buy a Mustang that's not the 5.0, they simulate the sound. Like the basic entry Mustang got the sound simulated. It's like enhanced, so it feels like the engine is roaring more than what it is. But this electric vehicle is going to have the full sound in the cabin, and it's going to also simulate the shifting. Obviously, we know electric cars don't shift. You don't get that pull. And I'm just like, why are we doing this? I mean,
Well, no, they built a prototype vehicle a couple of years ago to do that, where it was going to be all electric, but you were going to be able to shift, right? So to simulate all of that, and it didn't do very well. I don't know who this is. Funny you mentioned that, because I just saw the thumbnail for an article about Ferrari that was coming out with their first electric vehicle. Maybe that's the same.
I think it could have been them. Sure. Yeah, it could have been them. But I can't remember 100%. But it's like, really, we're gonna simulate that. The sound I get, we've been doing that for years. But the shifting itself, that's just strange, man. That's just strange. Which is not just get a car that shifts. That actually shifts. You could feel the actual, jerking back and forth and pull and sound, actual sound, real sound. So it's just very interesting. And I wonder, for those sports fanatics that like, to hear the sound in car like that, will this fulfill that need? I'm not sure how many car people are in the chat, but will this fulfill that need of having the shifting done? Peter, I know the answer for you is probably hell no. But is that going to...
I struggle with all of that because, frankly, it's undeniable that an electric vehicle, especially nowadays, have better performance. They just make more sense.
Yes, of course, yeah.
If you're looking for a car with, that's going to perform the best, then electric is the way to go, right? They really, you can get so much more torque, constant power, blah blah blah. But if you want to have a fun experience driving, there's still something, the gear shift and the mashing of the gears and the rev of the engine, and like there's so I guess you got to make a choice, right? Do you want to have fun? Like, is your fun defined by how fast you can do things, or is it by how interactive it is, and how much you're feeling like you're in control? So I get in my car. I was driving it just this morning, and I was like, I enjoy this. It's not the most efficient way to do things, I can acknowledge, but it's still fun.
I mean, listen, if you're buying these cars at 180,000, the right ones, right, 190, 120, you're not worried about fuel. Right, let's not kid ourselves. Now if you're buying a Corolla, okay, yeah, you might be worried about fuel. But if you're buying a 150 plus, fuel is not a thing you look and say, yeah, I don't want to pay. No, you're not looking at that. That's not in your computing power, right? When you're up at that level.
And look, I can speak from experience here. I own a Porsche 911 Turbo, right, the supercar, and at the same time I owned a Honda Pilot. The SUV.
Nice.
Same amount of gas. They took the same amount of gas. So sometimes people are kidding themselves, right? Like we think, oh man, you have the sports car, right? It must cost you a fortune. I'm telling you, and I don't drive calmly. I drove both fairly aggressively. And I can tell you that, it was about the same amount of gas. It's just, you got to pick your poison, decide what you're doing. But anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, friends, we have covered our gap up and gap down. There's nothing else on here. And again, we're not coming off with a lot. We haven't looked at our usual suspects yet, which usually fill up the list. But after looking at the gap down and gap up, the top few here, this is what we came up with. Momentous, I think it's MNTS, which is looking pretty good this morning, and VP, which has a nice gap down with some volume that should be interesting as well. So, Peter, as far as gap down, anything you like this morning that we haven't covered yet?
There are a couple of things that are gapping down. I don't know that they're going to be necessarily in play. Like PLTR seems to be bucking the trend where everything's stretching for all-time highs. PLTR is lagging again. This is really, it was the darling, I would say, late last year, and then it lost favor pretty quickly, didn't it? And it's sort of been in the doldrums here. So PLTR hasn't been all that much fun to trade, to be honest. But I just noticed it's gapping down. Netflix is another one of those that, I thought it was going to be a lot of fun and it's going to be doing some cool stuff, but man, it just can't. It looked like it was going to just look at the daily chart. It's so weird that beginning of April, right to mid-April, look at it up, and then we had earnings and blah, and it just hasn't recovered since. So pretty dull here. The only other one of note that I saw that was gapping down here was Microsoft, that is also down, but not by much. I mean, Microsoft's down 0.1%. In fact, it just went red over the last 20-30 minutes or so. So not much of significance happening there. So Carlos, I think the top side is really where most things are sitting right now. Again, doesn't mean that we're going higher at the open. I'm going to wait and see, because I just think that we're not gapping higher by that much that we couldn't very easily reverse that trend. So I'm just gonna have to wait for the opening bell and see. Once the big boys and girls decide where they're putting their coins, I'm going to follow suit. See if I can get along for the ride.
All right, and there goes, my friends. All right, before we let Eamon go, Eamon, let's get to your fun fact of the day, and then we'll continue with you guys. See what you guys like this morning as far as tickers. So get those tickers ready. But first, Eamon, our fun fact of the day.
Awesome. Well, I have a good one for today, and it actually connects history, AI, and markets. On this day, 1940, Operation Dynamo began. That was the evacuation from Dunkirk, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. By the way, there is a movie about this operation on Netflix. Not sure if you've watched it, but I think it's a movie worth being watched, in my opinion. Anyway,
Good.
Churchill. Churchill and his advisors, they thought they might rescue only 20 to 30,000 soldiers, but they ended up saving around 338,000. And that is the part that is interesting. The first estimate was not just a little wrong, it was massively wrong. And that is a good reminder for markets. The gap between what people expect and what actually happens is often where the real story is. Now, look at OpenAI. Its last private valuation was around $850 billion. Now, reports say that the IPO could target up to $100 trillion. That's about 150 almost billion jump from the private valuation to the public valuation. And that's before public investors even get the fullest one financials. So the question is simple. Is that step up justified by growth? Or this is private market momentum being handed to public investors at the highest possible price? That is why this IPO wave matters. SpaceX filed, OpenAI is preparing, and Anthropic may not be far behind. All of these companies, they have massive stories, massive growth, and massive spendings. But now the market will finally get to test these numbers. The revenue, the losses, cash burn, ownerships, governance, everything. And that brings us back to this historical event. The planners expected one outcome. The real outcome was completely different. And markets work the same way. Sometimes expectations are way too low and the result shocks everyone to the upside. And sometimes the expectations are too high and the reality finally catches up. So the fun fact for today is not just about history, it's about expectations. Dunkirk beat expectations by more than 10 to 1. OpenAI AI is trying to step from $850 billion to $1 trillion public valuation. And the markets now have to decide, is this another case where expectations are too low, or are we setting up the bar so high that even great companies may struggle to clear it? That's it for me for today, guys. I'll see you all at 11 a.m. and we'll leave you with Carlos and Peter for the rest of the show. Talk to you soon.
All right, man. We'll see you a little bit later. All right, friends, let's continue here. What tickers do you guys like this morning as we see what else we can add on this list that maybe we have not covered yet? So let's start here in our chat. What do we have, friends? I know we'll be looking at Tesla and NVIDIA. I know I'm going to be adding those, so I will add those to my list now. Here it is, NVIDIA. Oh, if I could type it correctly, there it is. So NVIDIA I'll be adding on there. Let me just put that there. ASTS. Okay, let's look at that. Let me just add NVIDIA here. ASTS this morning. Oh wow, look at ASTS gapping up again. They continue to move higher, man. They had a good day on Thursday and Friday last week, going from about 90 to 95ish, 97 maybe, under 100 all the way to like 106, looks like 107, and then today higher above 113.80. This one we're up to 113.80, so pretty flat right now as far as movement. It's got the volume, right? It's got 1.1 million shares traded here, but it's just flat though. So very interesting. But again, Peter, this must be another one of these space tickers that is just getting a lot of attention, and we have a lot of those in our gappers list this morning. If you go through, you see a lot of space type tickers. I'm not sure if FJ is one of them, but could be Fly. Everything space related, space technologies is doing well as this PO is anticipated to open up in June, creating a lot of attention and waves. So you know how it is. They're like the NVIDIA space, right? This thing takes off and it takes a bunch of people with it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what NVIDIA did. NVIDIA took off, and you see ARM and all these divisions that are, entangled with NVIDIA. They all go up with it. It's like, if I make it, I'm bringing my buddies with me. And these could be all buddies from SpaceX. So there it is.
It's maybe not only the IPO news. Like we're seeing, Lunar and Rocket Labs and some of these others that are gapping this morning. ASTS. I mean, it could also be that again, it's sort of an inverse sympathy. There was a launch that happened. Was it on the weekend or was it late last week? I can't remember, but it was either Friday.
I thought it was Friday, or I thought it was Friday. I don't remember.
I think it was originally supposed to be Thursday, and they had to scrub, and they rescheduled for Friday. So it happened Friday after the markets had closed. But they did launch their and there was a successful launch. They didn't manage to recover the booster. It did crash on landing, but they actually, it was sort of a planned thing as far as I can tell anyway. So but whenever they SpaceX blows a whole lot of money, then some of the other rocket companies often sort of are seen as maybe a benefit if they're not blowing things up. But I mean, they've done a good job. SpaceX always couches every thing that they've blown up as a successful test. We learned a lot. So anyways, I didn't follow it all that closely. Other than I did watch it sort of take off. It's always cool to watch a rocket take off. Like it's. Oh yeah. I don't know. There's something cool, especially now that they've got all the cameras mounted on it, and you can sort of watch it through the takeoff process and while it's in flight. And this time they actually had cameras in the bay, I guess, so you could actually watch them launch the satellites and stuff at the bay door. That was pretty cool. That was like, it was pretty awesome. Anyways, come on, man.
That's awesome.
Cool.
We were able to capture things. I haven't seen pictures from the last moon mission of the actual pictures of like the other side of the moon. Did they take any pictures? I haven't looked them up yet. So if I they have, okay. So I gotta look those up to see how they look. Because I know they took pictures of the ones incoming, but on the dark side, were they able to get anything?
That's sort of the problem. It's dark, so they're not that exciting. But
okay. Yeah. So now, why didn't they? Let's say this is the Earth, and Mike is the Earth. Here's the sun. Why did they didn't cross it when it was crossing this way against the sun? Is that too close to the sun? Because I will picture the dark side gets bright. right?
can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay, or does it turn? You know what? I don't know the answer to that. If you're a scientific moon person, let me know. Is that possible?
I don't think the moon spins. I think the dark side is always like the same
Well,
side is always facing the Earth.
Exactly. So at one point, it's got to face the sun. Like when there's a moon eclipse, right? The dark side's got to face the sun eventually. I would think.
Yeah, you're right. When it's between,
like
I can't answer that. I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure they planned it for whatever reason. It's interesting. I was seeing an article on this weekend where they were talking about the Artemis mission and how like they said actually the Artemis mission that we just saw, Artemis 2 that went up was all theater. And which was an interesting take. I was watching some scientific reviews, and they're like, we really didn't learn anything, right? Like it was really just a media publicity stunt by NASA, a very, very expensive publicity stunt. And I'm like, interesting perspective. Why did they say that? And they're like, because we've already done that. Like we've been around the moon. We didn't learn anything. We didn't have to send humans to do that. We could have just sent an unmanned probe around the moon. Like
that's very true.
We didn't learn it. We didn't learn anything we didn't already know. However, they said what was important is they need public support behind NASA. And, those that are old like me, we can remember, or at least, within my parents' lifetimes, and I remember them talking actively about the moon landing and stuff like that. But it's so long ago now that there's a couple of generations of individuals who had no personal experience with actual humans doing things, right? Like going around the moon and breaking ground. So it's almost like they wanted to recreate that enthusiasm to make sure that NASA sort of stays in people's attention and gets the funding that they need to do the next step, which is of course landing on the moon again. So which I thought interesting perspective. I don't know if they're right or wrong, but I thought
it makes perfect sense, Peter, especially with the comment that I'm looking at here. Like this comment from Mercury Ronick Nick, you're saying they did send an unmanned probe first. Did you know about that? I didn't know about that. And that's probably why. If you send something with no people in it, we don't care. I didn't know that. Nobody cares. You send people in it, lives at stake, it becomes more exciting. That's so bad, but it's true.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah. Right? Like, because there's always a chance of somebody dying horribly. That we seem to love things that,
Oh, man, we are just horrible.
It seems
but you're right.
But it's true. Like, if there's a chance of somebody dying horribly, we're fascinated. Why else do you think we would care about people climbing mountains and things like that? Because there's always that chance. Anyway.
You know what? And we're scared about AI. I think we should be scared of some humans. All right, let's continue. Oh my goodness. All right, that's so true. All right, guys. So my list so far, I got MNTS, NVDA. I saw a couple of great names. Let's look at those before we get to what's happening in our community. By the way, tonight we're doing our onboarding class 7 p.m. Just want to remind people, in case you were looking for that yesterday, it is going to be tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time since we were off yesterday. All right, here's Dell. Dell, by the way, up 3% this morning, 520,000 shares traded. A big day on Friday, and it is continuing. I'm not a big fan of Dell, but I like what I'm seeing here. I'm just going to throw it on a secondary so I can just keep looking at it and seeing where it goes. So I'm going to put it right here next to BP. But yeah, clearly in play. They don't get great volume. Even on Friday, guys, with the big move up, volume is still like 15 million shares traded. Now, that's more than half, well more than half than what they normally do. But still, from usually what we're used to looking at, that's pretty low. But that's Dell. And man, what a year Dell has had. This stock started the year roughly around 110. We'll call it 112 here, and just look at that, $304 this morning. So just incredible as things continue in the AI world or tech world to catch up here. So Dell will put it on a secondary list. We'll see how well it trades, if it changes things as it gets more attention. Oklo, I do see Oklo getting a little pop here this morning around 8 a.m. Not sure what's driving that, but they are moving higher, up 9.9, 2 million shares traded. Oklo, we had some fun with Oklo back in September, maybe towards the end of the year. I have not really looked at it that much since, Peter, and you're probably the same for you. I'm not sure, but maybe today could be the day. We got a nice little pop here, good pre-market action, good volume. What do you think on this one?
Yeah, I don't know. Okla's been a tough one for me because I know that like I've watched it many a time, never really found a trading opportunity that I like, but it always sort of looks good initially. Like this morning, it looks good. Look at this move higher. It's got good volume. We're over 2 million shares. It's up 10% or just under. Um I so I don't know what to do with it, Carlos. I feel like it should be watched, but I'll be wasting my time again. So, but
Yeah,
I mean, I guess I
yeah.
don't have a lot of other stuff on the list. I could actually put it on a list. I mean, it has some good news. They did get announcement of a new contract. They were selected by the U.S. Department of Energy for this surplus plutonium utilization program. I didn't know we
Hmm.
had surplus plutonium, but anyways, okay. So apparently, Oklo to use surplus plutonium as fuel for advanced reactors. Okay. So there you go. I mean, I guess that makes sense with their aspirations of building their religious nuclear reactors. It's good that they're going to be allocated surplus plutonium for what they need to do. I maybe today's the day, Carlos. I mean, I feel like if I say don't pay attention and it moves, people are going to be mad at me, and perhaps rightfully so. So let's put it on the list.
Yeah, like you said, we got space, so we don't got a lot here.
Yeah.
I'll throw in a secondary list, and we'll see what else we can come up with here. All right, so let me see what else you guys like this morning. So we have that one, AMD, of course. I have NVIDIA on the list. AMD, also another one hitting all-time highs on Friday and breaking that all-time highs today again, right? 484.21. So just incredible. What a month. In April they had, and in May not as much success as April. April was just incredible, but they're inching higher as they look to close out this month, doing very well. So yeah,
I mean, it wasn't as smooth in May, but I mean, I think if you look at April, they're sort of move in total. Where did they go here? So in April they moved $150, and then in May, I guess you're right. In May so far, I mean the month's not over. They still have time.
yeah,
But
still have time. Yeah.
they moved $150 roughly in April. In May so far, they're up 120. So you know what? I mean, May could end up being a better month. It's just been a little jerkier. Like April was so smooth, it sort of caught us by surprise. Now we're paying attention.
Yeah, I agree. You had a nice little gap up here to lead the way, but again, man, April stands out a little bit more just because they were doing nothing, right? It's just like they were just stuck here, and then I don't know, it just turned on the jets. It's like, dude, what just took place here? And wow, just amazing. But AMD, yes, I'll add to the list. Well, I'm gonna put it on the primary or secondary. I don't know because I do have NVIDIA, but you know what? We got the space today. There's nothing else I like on this list. I'm gonna throw AMD on here as well. MU.
Oh yeah. AMD, I mean, these guys are testing all-time highs, right? So unlike NVIDIA, which is not at its high, you might as well watch the ones that are moving. And Micron is, right up there. Like, look at the daily on this thing; it's right there. AMD all-time highs. Even Intel. Man. I mean, who thought we'd be? I mean, it's not quite at all-time highs, but it could go back and retest. Like, who would have thought that?
Yeah,
this would be the ones we're looking at.
These are all great, guys. Pick your favorites out of all of these. I'm not gonna add too much, but we'll I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye on Intel and some other ones that might not be on my list. I'm gonna go with NVIDIA and AMD. I would add MU if they were not a $900, almost an $850 stock here. But look at this thing, man. This thing is just insane. Although, again, you don't need to take a lot of shares, guys. You can get $10 on this thing. $5 fairly easy. I think every candle here is almost $5. But you get $5 very easily on this thing. So you don't have to take a boatload of shares on MU. And just their daily, also incredible. Same thing. April just took off here and has not looked back since. Let's look at some other stuff in other areas. Red Wire. I know I saw this in the gap up list. Didn't talk about it because normally I don't like the way it trades. But today, they got 9 million shares traded, 13.6 on the gap up. So I think that might be worth taking a look at. If you look at Friday, they did move higher, but it was a nasty. It's like one initial move, and then let me change this color. I don't like that color there. This is much better, the blue, I think. And then it's just went sideways, right? So I'm not sure on this one, guys. I'll keep it off. If you guys see something great as we're looking for opportunities, call it out. Me and Peter will pull it up and look at it. I'll keep it off. I'm not saying it's not in play. Definitely in play with 9.1 million shares traded. But I'm not. I don't want to have it on my main list. So you guys watch it. Let me know if you see something. We can always pull it up and take a look. All right. I think.
That's cool.
Ahead,
space news. I gotta look this up. Their Manus.
Oh, what do they have?
They delivered their Manus robotic arm prototype for the Argonaut lunar lander. So obviously there's all sorts of plans. If you haven't heard about this, the reason we were just talking about Artemis 2, for example, and these flights around the moon, of course, is that they are planning to land again on the moon for the first time in, what has it been, 60 years. So yeah, they're looking to everybody who's providing parts and supplies for this, right, is getting a little bit of a boost when they hit their milestones. And Redwire did, like you said, tough one to trade though, Carlos. I mean, hey, the volume, like you said, it's in it today. Like it's there, but I don't know how well it's going to move. Maybe. I mean, it's up 13%. Oh, what the heck? Let me put it here.
Yeah.
It's space.
There you go. Peter will add it and let us know if there is anything happening. All right, last one. Two more. Rigetti, and then we'll look at RKLB. So Rigetti this morning, Quantum had a little bit of a moment in the sun last week or the week before. I can't remember. But I know they had their event, their conference or something, and that drove it higher last week. Yeah, last week. I thought the conference was prior to that, but last week we saw a couple of days that did very, very well. And today we're pretty flat. We got some volume though, 7.2 million shares traded. You can see the volume increase over the last couple of days. I mean, it's been massive, over 100 on Thursday, close to 204 on Friday. So I mean, it is just incredible. So I'm not sure if that can continue. I do like the volume I'm seeing now. 7.5 is quite a bit. Rigetti's not my favorite out of all of them. QBTS is usually the one that we watch, and today there again tons of volume, but not really going anywhere as far as the previous day close. So I'll put QBTS on my secondary list because I do like the way they trade. I do like the volume they have, but right now I'm not seeing anything worth putting on the primary list at the moment.
And it's one of those days when we don't have distinct catalyst and stuff that is, sort of a focused move. There's so many tickers that could potentially move. I see people mentioning Marvell, Futu, which it's getting some movement right now. I mean, it just moved about $3 higher here, up to 98.50 before taking a pause. So yeah, we got stuff that's moving. Again, will it move when the opening bell rings? It's tough to say. I mean, I think, if you like it, watch it and let us know. Let's help each other, right? Let's call it out in the chat when the opening bell rings. Obviously, Carlos and I will keep an eye on it. We'll let everybody else know. So yeah, it's a good thing. This is why we got to work together so that we can all watch our different stuff and find the right stocks that end up moving.
Yeah, there you go. Branding Shoemaker 7624 says, good morning. I just started checking in from the West Coast. Just started reading How to Trade for a Living. So welcome, my friend. Hopefully you find the book very useful and helpful. And then definitely subscribe. We'd love to have you come back here and be with us live as we trade and prepare every morning. All right, let's get to our webinars for today, guys. Again, today is a little bit different. We were off yesterday. Today is Tuesday. And Peter will let you know what's happening for today.
Yeah, being Tuesday, Carlos, what does that mean for our onboarding class?
Yeah, so onboarding class will be tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So we did not have it yesterday because we were off, but tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time, we will have our onboarding class. So we'd love to see you guys there. Look forward to having that class this evening.
Perfect. So there you go. So for anybody that's new to the community or you just want a refresher, the onboarding class is a great way to get oriented. Carlos normally does it on Monday. Like you said, it'll be tonight at 7. That's in the onboarding room for everybody. And then our regular scheduled stuff, we'll go with the regular schedule on Tuesday, which means Brendan is doing his Dash Trader Pro setup and basics at 11 a.m. That's again for everybody in the onboarding room. So you can join that at 11 a.m. So that's during market hours. And then tonight, we've got our signature strategy webinar where Lenny, right after Carlos is done, Lenny will take over, but he's going to be in the webinar room. So you got to change rooms and you have to be an elite member to talk about how to, he's going to talk about his continuation setups. So how you can trade with his alignment and momentum setups. That should be a good session. Lenny, I mean, he's another great, consistent trader out there. So well worth paying attention to what he talks about. So our webinars today are at 11 a.m., 7 p.m. for the onboarding class, and then 8 p.m. for the strategy webinar. Hopefully you'll join us at Bear Bull Traders for those. And if you're not yet a member, it's not too late. You could join right now and attend those webinars. If you join with the intro offer, then you could attend both the DOS Trader Pro and the onboarding session today. If you join with one of the elite memberships, then you could join all three if you wanted. So they're all available. Go to bearbulltraders.com. You can see the different membership options and pick the one that's right for you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Peter and friends. Let's jump right to it to get some levels in place here. We got about 14 minutes to the market open. We went through most of our gappers list. Again, a ton of stuff in the green. If you missed it earlier, they say boatload there. This thing is brought to you by tradingterminal.com. You can check scanners, market atlas, and simulators, more tools just like this one to get you ready for trading, get you ready for the market open. Regardless of what level of experience you have, there's something there for you. All right, MNTS. Let's start there, friends. I do have this on my list. Again, high flying this morning. It is a low float, but it actually has news. So I'm still going to treat this with white glove service, my friends. I'm going to be very, very careful. I might not even take a trade on it because, again, this is still a 5.7 million shares float, and I'm going to be extremely cautious with my shares on this one and my risk management. But I do like the news on it. I think there's a lot of space related news this morning. I think we have to just be in tune on what's taking place here. High of the pre-market on this one, 1384, 8.868 is the low of the pre-market, 870 actually to be exact. So we definitely want to have those two marked there. If we go to the bigger time frame on the daily, let's head over to the left and see where we got some areas where we got some support and resistance. There's one right here, not too far from the pre-market high, 1461, one at 1595, and all the way up there at 18. Just in case this thing can get high flying, we'll be ready if it does. Towards the bottom, big level of support down around the 1080, and then below that you got our low of the pre-market and the lows for the last two trading days. So be very, very careful with that there. All right, next one here this morning, guys, is going to be NVIDIA. NVIDIA is going to be the next one on there. And as you can see here, we are up 1.1 on this one. So we're going to mark that there, 218.49. The low is going to be down at 216.80. So NVIDIA slightly up this morning, not by much, but the volume is in here, guys, 7.6 million. So clearly we got some good volume in there right now. Pulling off on the daily from the all-time highs, had their earnings out the way already. So it's just business as usual for NVIDIA, but we do got some volume here. So surrounded by the highs and lows of the last two trading days, previous day close towards the bottom. Below that, in case we do decide to take a dive here, 212.94 is the low of the the next level past the low of the pre-market this morning. All right, next we're going to have AMD. Let's take a look at what's happening there. AMD this morning, we're going to look at the high of the pre-market, 484.18, up 44.21. Actually is your exact high. The low is going to be down at 474.65. Again, hitting all-time highs. So that pre-market high you're seeing there, guys, 484.21. That is your all-time highs on AMD. As AMD and some other ones like MU continue to just get above that all-time high. MU's pre-market, I don't have it on my list, but MU's pre-market action just looks incredible. I mean, this is just amazing. Opening up around 773. I know it's a higher price ticker, friends. 773. 12 this morning, as high as right now, 817.50. So I'm not sure if we surpass our all-time highs yet. On the daily we have, but again, I don't know if here pre-market we've been higher. We could have been, so it's hard to tell there. But wow, what a ticker to watch. If you have the room, definitely put it on deck. Clearly in play. I'm going to go with AMD and NVIDIA instead on my list. So again, AMD also sitting at making a new all-time high here. No other levels up here to mark. Towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last two trading days. Got all the levels you need covered. I don't see how you can squeeze anything else in there. You're pretty set when it comes to AMD. And that's the only three I have. I thought I had more here. Did we miss something on our primary, Peter? Is that it? Maybe Tesla? Not sure. Peter, you're on mute?
Yeah, I'm on mute. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
On mute. Hey, look,
so
I
good.
mean, Tesla, NVDA, even Apple has been moving okay. I mean, there's a bunch of them that you could choose to put, but we didn't really miss them. It's just it's unclear as to what's going
there's
to
nothing.
actually...
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I got you, man. I'm gonna put a Tesla here. I love the pre-market 226.17, just above the previous day close, and then some levels towards the top 436.77 and 441. 660 on Tesla. But yeah, that's pretty much it for now. We got a secondary list that looks okay as well. We can move some of that stuff up if it starts looking great going into the market open. All right, friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. It does help us out a ton. I have done it myself as well, because sometimes I even forget to do the thumbs up. So we appreciate your support there if you can help us do that. Right now, we're sitting at a whopping 163. That's going to be a little higher than that. I thought we we're going to be at 300. So not a whopping. We're sitting at 180 right now. So it's growing, but not a whopping. 300 plus is whopping. 400 is rocking, and we'll go from there to there. But thank you guys for the support. Really appreciate it. It does help out the channel a ton. And if you're brand new, consider subscribing, because we are live every single day the market is open, just like this. 8 a.m. we prepare, take you through a couple of top stories, then go into building our list, let you know what's happening in our community, and then me and Peter trade live with you almost the entire morning, and to get you some ideas and find opportunities. So Peter, let's go to you. What is our team watching today? What do you like? And then maybe give us what today will be interesting to hear what your approach is going to be this morning as far as your trading.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear too, because I don't quite know what to do yet. But let's talk about our mods who have got their list together. First off, Andrew, who's going to be trading live with the Bear Bull trading community. He's going to be watching Futu, F-U-2-U. He's going to be watching Wolf, SanDisk, Micron, AMD, Oklo, and Rocket Lab. So a lot of the stuff we've been talking about, he's got on his list, and he's going to be taking a look at. So I can't blame him. Those are all the stuff that's moving, and it's a big list because, like we said, you just don't know what's going to move today. Mike is going to be watching Apple, Micron, AMD, and of course his futures contracts that he likes to keep an eye on. Brian looks like he's going to be watching a lot of the same stuff as Andrew. So with Futu and AMD, Micron, and Oklo. Kyle is going to be watching Intel, Oklo, Wolf, and Futu. You can see a lot of commonality there. Wolf, we didn't spend a lot of time on, Carlos. It's interesting that everybody in the chat room has it on their list. I mean, it looks okay, but it doesn't look amazing. So I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. But that's what they've got. For my side, I'm just going to be keeping an eye on Oklo, like we talked about. I think I might watch BP just to see if it does anything, but I don't have a lot of faith that it's going to move necessarily, all that well. And then the usuals: NVIDIA, AMD, Tesla. I got to keep an eye on those. So we'll see what happens as they move this morning. In terms of an overall market strategy, again, we are gapping higher this morning. We're up about, let's call it roughly 1%, about 1.2% on the Qs, about 0.7% on the SPY. So right around that 1% mark. However, I'm thinking the market could actually go in either direction when the opening bell rings. We are after a long weekend. People often get enthusiastic in the early trading, and then when the big money comes in, they're going to place their vote as to where they want this market to go. And of course, they have a lot more weight than we do, so they start to bully things around. So we'll see what happens. I'm just going to wait and see what the market tells me. I don't have anything setting up huge right at the open. Probably the one that now that we've looked at a few things, this is Futu. I mean, it's been moving. Maybe if it gets a pullback, there might be a long in it. We'll have to wait and see if it actually does that and gives us the trade opportunity. Carlos, other than that, yeah, I'm just going to be watching and waiting. I'm not going to rush anything. I think that being a good 3-5 minute wait after the opening bell, it's probably a smart move today, because there's no clear direction, nor do we have a lot of economic data that's really going to be driving this market. Remember, from an economic calendar, the only thing we're looking forward to is the consumer confidence number that's supposed to come out at 10. Probably not going to have a big impact in moving this market significantly, but we'll find out when we get there. We'll let you know about that when it happens.
Yeah, we sure will, friends. All right, less than 5 minutes to the market open. Let's get ready here. I'm going to go ahead and start putting things in order, getting our regular charts for trading, our 1 minute, our 5 minute, and also bringing up the one and only Market Atlas. Right, going to put that up and see where the action is today. I didn't go on holidays. No, man, we stayed put. It was a short just 3-day weekend, but we had a blast, man. And I am exhausted from the weekend. Like, I need a day off from the weekend events. So we did a lot of barbecuing, a lot of drinking, and a lot of fun. So it was a good time. Kids enjoyed themselves as well. The rain tried to put a damper into our plans, but I'm glad that people pushed through, because it's so easy to say, it's raining, I'm going to stay home. And if you push through that, you can make it work, and we did that. So how was the weather up there, Peter, for you guys?
A lot of the same. Saturday was good. My wife ran a race on Saturday, so she had good weather for it.
Nice.
Sunday it was spitting rain, but it was okay. It was fairly warm, so I did my half marathon in the rain, and I was a little worried about it, but it was actually okay. You're thoroughly damp by the end of it, but I was getting sweaty anyway, so what do I care? It was good. And then yesterday was actually started very cloudy, and I was thinking, for the Monday, I had the day off, but others didn't. I thought it was going to be a terrible day, but it cleared up by about
real nice.
By about 10:30, 11 here, and then it was just gorgeous the rest of the day. Absolutely fantastic.
It cleared up really nice, man. The kids went out. We went out for bike rides, and they enjoyed themselves. So great time.
Now, Carlos, there's a couple things you mentioned earlier that I was researching while we were talking here, and
sure.
You mentioned this all electric. Whether I don't know if it's the Ferrari you were talking about, but I got into this rabbit hole here looking at the first all electric Ferrari, the Luce, I think it's called, LUCE. So,
okay.
Anyways, it has got people angry. It is. I'll admit, it doesn't look like a Ferrari. Apparently, one of the key designers on it used to work for Apple, so they're calling it like the Apple car, and it doesn't look much like a Ferrari. I'll give you that. And it's a 4-door. Their first all electric is a 4-door sedan for Ferrari.
Yeah,
we're talking about Ferrari here.
Is it this one here? Is it?
No. That one. That's
that
the
one
right there.
Yeah. I mean, it's Ferrari hardcore drivers were mad with the 4-door cars. They're like, no, this should be 2 coupe always, whatever. And Porsche too. I think Porsche drivers were not happy when the 4-seater came out. It's a nice looking car though.
People didn't like that, so but it's not this one. The blue one that you had is more the model people are looking at.
That's ugly.
To be what
that's ugly.
They settled at. That one is what they've gone with, and that's got people very upset. So, and anyways, all right,
I
let's
don't
focus on these markets. Let's see if we can make some Ferrari money here.
Absolutely. I just don't get one last thing on this. Why you can't just take the body you have now? It looks amazing. Porsche 911 looks incredible, and just make that electric. Why you got to make it look stupid and futuristic? Just keep it the way it is. You figured it out. You got the buy-in. Just change the guts and make it electric. Why you got to go with the square and this and that? Doesn't make sense to me. But you know what? Topic for another day. We can go on and on this one.
That's, the theory of auto manufacturing and marketing, I suppose.
I don't understand.
I don't know. Porsche's probably the manufacturer of all the manufacturers in the world. They're probably been the one that's been most consistent, right? With their 911s, it's hard to tell one year from another unless you're a real aficionado. And I can instantly tell you a GT3 versus a 911, but a lot of people are like, I don't know, it looks like a Porsche. They all look the same. I can't tell. But anyways, it's I get it. I don't know. It's marketing probably more than anything. Because you're right, there's no functional need to necessarily change the body.
Right.
In most cases, anyways.
Doesn't make any sense to me. But,
all right, guys, we got just a couple of seconds before the market open. I'm gonna watch those things we talked about. We'll see what moves. Hopefully, we'll get some opportunity. I've got Atlas going. Let's see what we get here. There's
all right, here's the bell. Let's do this. Good luck, Mojito. Good luck, you guys. And here we go. All right, NVIDIA.
Futu? No.
It's dropping.
What the hell?
NVIDIA going right almost to the previous day close, getting a little bit of a bounce off of that. Let's see if that's gonna stick. And here we are, NVIDIA. NVIDIA wants to go red.
Does look pretty weak here. Tesla is doing its normal move higher right at the open. Doesn't mean it's going to hold it. Oh, NVIDIA just went red.
Yeah,
if only at that, I was hoping to get a pullback maybe on NVIDIA, and then I could have taken it to the red side. But I'm not going to chase this now because we've seen it bounce too many times. Futu, look at that move higher. That's a $6 move off the open. Pop higher.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look at that. Volume. As predicted, there's the pop on NVIDIA right back up here. That's why you don't chase these things.
No, trade the plan, don't chase. Trying to put in a nice 1 minute engulfing. This could be interesting for us here, friends. So let's see, especially above the VWAP. One of the stocks that you can still risk a decent amount without having to have a stop that's $3 wide. So you can still have a reasonable stop on this one. Let's see here. Oh, come on. Market Atlas. I thought I opened it, but I opened something else. I opened the scanners. All right, NVIDIA.
Andrew, the Andrew indicator's with you, Carlos. He's long.
I think it's long, man.
He got long below the VWAP though, so he's sitting on it here waiting.
Yeah, that was a beautiful engulfing. Like that's the entry. That's a beautiful engulfing there. I should have just jumped in. But I wanted to pull the Atlas. I thought I had it up, and I had opened the scanners instead, and I didn't pull it quick enough. And if you look at the Atlas, look at it. It is bullish. Like this is up right now. So all the pressure, or at least the demand, is to the upside. So let's see. Still early enough to try to get an opportunity above the VWAP here, but I would like to be as close as possible to it as I can. I think it helps. So let's see what it does here. All right, initial pull back there. Okay. Yeah, I'm jumping in. I'm long. Stop loss 216.50. Don't want to.
Yeah, 216.
Tight stop. Yeah, because if it doesn't go, I want to get out quickly because then it can drop all the way to the previous day close. So I don't want to stick around for that. So let's see if it goes. We're in it. No, go the other way. Hold the VWAP. Hold the line. It's trying. Oh, no. Don't go below the VWAP. 216.50. We're out of it. 216.50. Yeah, we're going to hit our stop here, friends. It's not looking great. Still looks very bullish on Atlas, though. So if we are out now at 216.50, maybe our timing was off. But yeah, we're not looking good. Okay, I am out. Ooh, a little bit of slippage there. About 20 cents or so with how fast that thing dropped.
I hate to say it, I joined you in that one, and I also suffered a loss on it. So
yeah,
that didn't work out.
Yeah.
It didn't work out. I was hoping that we were going to get the move, but
I know, me too, man. Looked good. Even Atlas, everything looked great on it. But let's see if NVIDIA comes back up here. So we'll give it some more time and see what it does. AMD, on the other hand, going the other way, hitting 49.55 and then slamming down. This could be something. It's a little messy, but the 5 minute, let's see how that looks in a few minutes here. Tesla going the other way. NVDA trying to recover. I put this on here, MNTS, but yeah, it's a reminder why we don't look at these things. Look how nasty that is right now. Yes, it has news. Yes, I'm excited for the news that they have, but these low flows, even up at 70% here, it's just messy. So be very careful, guys, if you do decide to trade that. All right, NVIDIA to me still looks very bullish. We're starting to see some demand now, actually, to the downside. 214.90, 214.50. Actually, it looks a lot more balanced now. And now it's doing an engulfing on the 5-minute. Oh man, it's trying to reel me in.
Yeah, it's tough to say where this thing wants to go.
Yeah. I want to get back in, but I want a good, clean shot at this. I don't want to just be pushing for it every time it comes back above the VWAP here. I see you guys calling out MU. What's taking place there? MU. Look at MU. I love it. 820. First candle's about $7-8. Second candle's 828, $10. See, it's very easy to get $5-10 on this stock. So again, very careful, guys, with the share sizing. Don't tell me Futu's putting in a day, and I had this last week, and I don't have it today. And it is having a hell of a morning. Up 16.7. As much as I want NVIDIA to possibly go long, it might be actually a short.
If I am short. I am.
You are short?
NVIDIA,
okay.
So
I think that's a good call, man.
But I might.
Actually.
It's bouncing too much around here. It's right around my entry, and I don't like that. So I need a drop. I need a drop quickly here. I'm gonna just get out of it because it's too late.
I like it, man. I like it for a short too. Let's see here. My stop will be much wider than yours. I'm sure yours is probably a break even or tighter, but yeah, might have missed the move.
Come on.
215.80. If you look at Atlas, things have changed. This was pretty bullish. Now it looks like there's a lot more participants down here at the bottom. So I like the short here, and I might have missed the boat on this thing already.
All right, taking a partial.
Yeah, entry would have been here.
216.30 is my entry, so that's why I've got.
Yes.
So I'm taking a partial already, and then if we go red, I'll take another partial.
It should hit 215 here. Let's see. I mean, it's a lot of orders down there.
Yeah.
You got a lot of 218 too, so I do see the 218. There's massive orders up here as well, but 215 is so close to the price action that I think this is more attractive than the 218, right? So the problem we have here is the previous day close. We got to punch through that. We gotta punch through that and see if we can get the move lower. Come on. You can do it. I should have joined this short with you. This is a good short. Yeah, I think it's gonna go, man. It's giving the little head fakes to go lower.
It is.
It
is. Red. But it's tough. It's getting support here. It's definitely.
Well, it's a tough level.
Whoever's supporting this, we need them to step aside so this thing can drop. And
I think it's gonna drop, man. 215 keeps building and building. Now we were at 18,000 shares. Now we're at 30,000. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So it's a very good chance. There it is. Come on, you're gonna get 215. I know it, and I'm not in it, but I'm glad Peter is. So yes, come on. Previous day close is playing hard to get right now.
The risk is, of course, it could bounce right back if it's too much support. But that's the way these things go. So, what is the previous day close? 215.30.
I think it's gonna punch through it. Let's see. Even with these head fakes.
There's the
Oh,
30. I'm
there
going to
it
take a
is.
partial right here at the previous day close, just so.
Hold the line,
just
Peter.
in
Hold
case
the
it
line.
bounces.
No, I
Hold the
don't.
line.
It's so easy to tell
I
somebody
took-
else hold the line. I would have taken a partial
Yeah,
twice
it's easy.
already.
Like we keep saying, right? It's so easy to trade someone else's trade.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, hold. 215 is coming, and that was my money. I'm taking it. All right, friends. Let's see. Right to the previous day close. 215 is getting bigger and bigger, guys. 35,000 shares now. As the 15 wasn't enough. Now we're at 38, 36. Right at 215. So let's see if the action can go down there. Peter is short on this thing.
I got my trade up on the screen so you can see where I'm
perfect.
at.
Yep, there it is. Beautiful.
So
The first initial
went
long.
You can see I went long and then got stopped out. I actually got long and then added in at the VWAP and then stopped out. I tried a short, stopped at break even. You guys know I love to stop at break even. And then I went short again. And this time we got the move. So, but it said it's getting that support at the previous day close. Not a terrible surprise. Like you said, the orders are building. Down here, but
49 now. I mean, this is a lot of orders. I'll be shocked if this thing goes back above the near the VWAP with the amount of orders that we have here on Atlas now. What do we have? What do we got here? MU Insanity. Yeah, MU is just insane. Michael is MU partial at 850. So Michael's trading MU this morning. Partialing there. City Jumper. How much Andrew has lost on NVIDIA? Not enough, man. He just lost whatever his R is. I'm not concerned about Andrew losing, man. He's the best trader. Best trader we've seen. And when I say not enough, I'm saying that not enough that he cannot make it up in a next trade, a next day, or next week, right? Losing is just part of the game. Part of the game. Yeah, I'm seeing here. What's your break even now?
216.30.
Okay, all right. We gotta stay below that. Good thing is VWAP is
the VWAP
close.
It's a little bit above it.
A little bit above it. Yeah, it's moving down, but
I think this is
quite there. Come on. What we have here, NQ pulling back, London session highs, QQQ strong though, MU on Atlas. We could show you that. We could show you MU on Atlas. See what that looks like. All right, guys, just one trade for me, one red trade for me on NVIDIA. A couple of trades for Peter on NVIDIA, but he's in the short one now. That worked out pretty well. Got a couple of partials towards the previous day close. Let's see if it can go and retest that low. Here is MU. Those that were asking, MU looks bullish right now. Very, very bullish compared to the downside. So you should have no problem going through some of these here to the upside. You're doing it right now. There it is, 855. I mean, you're doing that right now. So you're pushing higher. So doing pretty well there. MU 855.50. And orders just keep building. Look how the orders keep building higher here. So that's good. There's just not a whole lot towards the downside. All right, NVIDIA. Giving Peter a little bit of a tough time here. Let's see if it can actually
I actually
drop.
added in.
In here. Oh, my man.
So, but now move my stop down a little bit.
Yeah, let's see here.
Come on, I need it to drop.
Let's get back. Yeah, let's get back down, NVIDIA. All right, friends. I'll be looking for something right now. I don't see anything great. AMD, it's got like a
took me out. Took me out of break even.
So. Same. AMD's got like a VWAP breakout. I don't love it per se, but it's got something going here.
Andrew's gone long against me, so that's not good.
And I would like it above the VWAP. But okay, so Andrew indicator is long on NVIDIA. We need an Andrew indicator We need like a
the market is moving higher right now. It's pushing higher. So,
guys, what about Tesla on Atlas? Yeah, Tesla. We'll give you Tesla. There it is, guys. Tesla. And guys, you could try this. Try this tool for 7 days. I think $9, right? So $9, you get it for 7 days. And then you can decide if you want to keep it or not. But Tesla right now looks more bearish, but not by much. Like you see it here, it doesn't seem like a very there's no big imbalance. I don't see it. It is more to the downside. The downside has bigger orders. But yeah, it does. Yeah, give it a shot, Pedro. Head over. I think it's $9 because we do got to keep out the bots and whatever, and the people that try to abuse the system, right? There's somebody out there's going to create 30 emails to try to do $9, $9, whatever. It's crazy. People actually would do that, but yeah, $9 gets you in, and you have it for 7 days. So check it out, see if you like it. This, not just this, everything on Trading Terminal. Right, not just Market Atlas, so everything on Trading Terminal that we have. All right, NVIDIA, only one trade for me, guys. This one here on NVIDIA went long for kind of engulfing a little bit late. VWAP breakout, a lot of stuff happening here, but stopped out at 216.35ish. Trying to go above the VWAP now. Let's see if it can actually get it going. It's another memory RAM company. Which one? Carlos, what's the best VWAP to use and the most accurate? So I use on Anchor VWAP, and that's the one that's for day trading for me. I think most accurate. Anchor, I think there's good things to use Anchor for, but I don't think day trading is one of them. At least I don't use it that way. So NVIDIA trying to push up above, can make it here. MNTS did hit 1384, back down, just a little erratic here. NVIDIA. I don't know what NVIDIA wants to do. Anything else looking good, guys, besides MU? Wow, AMD did have a nice breakout, man. That is very nice there. Pushing through the high of the day, trying to go to 491. What do you got here? AMD, Intel. Yep, everything is just up. Almost a nice giant 5-minute engulfing on Intel. ASTS. Mike, you missed the entry on MU. Can't wait to hear that a little bit later. So Mike will be on a little bit later here with us. So we'll hear all about his MU situation there. ASTS pulling back a bit right now. Rigetti. Not sure about that one. It actually did put in a nice 5-minute ORB breakdown. I mean, this is textbook here. The range, right? The range is set. You got the pullback, and then here, boom, that's where you get in right there. That's where you get in. And right now you got at least 1 or 2 partials as you hit $1 on the move, right? So that's pretty good. Stop loss around 50-40 cents above. Yeah, that's pretty nice. If you guys took that Rigetti short as a 5-minute ORB, it was pretty clean. Even the 1 minute looks clean on that. Look at that. That is excellent. So see if we can continue. Here's NVIDIA did punch through the VWAP. Oh, let's see if we get our VWAP breakout on it. If I look at a Market Atlas, we are, I don't know, man. It looks,
I know.
it doesn't look that bearish. I thought it was going to look a lot more, bullish. It doesn't look that bullish, but it's punching through. Let's see. Let's see how
as it broke through that level, I tried to go long again here, and I got a terrible fill right at the top of the candle. So
yeah,
if it goes back to VWAP, I might add into this.
yeah.
But you're right, NVIDIA. I don't know why I'm hitting
Oh,
my head
what's
on this
going
wall
on,
with
man?
NVIDIA. It doesn't feel all that good.
The fills were bad. My fill on getting out of this one was pretty bad. Like I hit it at 216.50. I got filled at like 216.32.
Right.
So the fill, or maybe it's again the way it's moving, it's not clean. All right, so here's the pullback. So we got our VWAP break, not ideal, but here's the pullback. We come back up. I'm jumping in here, guys. 2617.
Oh no!
What is it doing?
Yeah,
what is happening?
It's crazy. That's a big drop.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mentioned like the Atlas looked more bearish, and I didn't believe it, but I guess, yeah, it's just messy, man. I think NVIDIA's gonna have a messy start to the day. I don't know. I don't know how to trade this. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. This is just all over the place right now. Did not expect that drop. Expected to bounce off the VWAP. Now Tesla is the same thing, getting above the VWAP. So this could be another VWAP breakout. Right now for me, NVIDIA seems to have failed the breakout. AMD, is this a market drop? I think it's just yeah, it's reacting to the SPY, Peter. That's why we're getting caught off guard here. I'm looking at the SPY and that drop just moved it lower. Let's see what the SPY does next. War news again? Really? What do we have?
Yeah, what this time?
Yeah, that could be a. Oh yeah, look at that drop. Tesla's going the other way. Uh-oh, here it is. Momentous hitting highs. Low flow of the day, friends. So be very careful on this one. Dell. I gotta start trading these boring stocks. Dell. You know. Maybe Futu. Futu's push higher here. QBTS. Another one that traded well. Like Rigetti. I know you guys have Rigetti. Dell looking to break higher here. That's a $3 move from the VWAP. I got nothing, guys. I have nothing. The few things I was looking for VWAP breakout failed. NVIDIA failed the breakout. I was gonna get in on that one. AMD. This I don't know what AMD is doing. Just dropped here with the market and back up to where it was actually trading at. Tesla did break out. A little too far in for me to take a trade here, right? So,
wow, look at that drop on NVIDIA.
Yeah, back to the previous day close. It did look more bearish, but the pattern was, I don't know. NVIDIA's just weird, man. Let's see if it can actually. Oh wow, it did break to the previous day close. Let's see if it can hold this low here, 214.80. Yeah, I don't see a play for me here. I don't see a setup. AMD, yeah. Well, this was a SPY, right? So it kind of threw people off, and then it just kind of snapped right back to where it was. So that's what we're seeing there. And then NVIDIA is back to the previous day close. Yeah, look at the 5-minute NVIDIA. This thing is just not trading well. It's just messy. But let's see what it does in this drop. If it's going to go lower. I think it's pretty balanced out. You got 61,000 shares at 214. You got another 60 plus at 218. I think it's just going to go up and down. I think it's just going to be choppy here, guys. So, not sure what to think on it. The 5-minute, you can see that just the chop. Look at the bounce now off the previous day close. Did go a little bit lower. I think it's just stuck in a range here, and I mean, might just need to give it space. How viable is MACD indicator? So I think that people like to trash MACDs, but I think if you have a strategy that uses it, I think it's useful. I think all indicators have their value in space where they can survive. I think MACD is one of them. I don't use them personally, but again, just because I don't use the indicator, I don't trash it, because there could be someone else making millions and millions with using that indicator with their strategies, right? So I think you just got to have a strategy that indicator is useful for what you're trading, right? I think that's the idea, right? The VWAP, we love the VWAP. We use our VWAP almost in every single strategy. There could be a pro trader that says VWAP is garbage because his strategy doesn't need it, right? Doesn't depend on it. So that's really what it comes down to. Does your strategy use that indicator, and is it viable for you? So overall, in general, is it viable? Yes, it is viable because people are using it. Is it useful for your setup? That's a whole different question. So let's see here. Oh, friends. Is there a guide to use the VWAP indicator? There's not a guide. There is what it means, right? The indicator is volume weighted average price. And you can look up the meaning on the internet. It'll give you the meaning of what that is. Once you understand the meaning of what that is, and then you can say, okay, what strategies work out well? VWAP breakout. Right now I have a whole video on the VWAP breakout, on how to trade the VWAP breakout, and what we look for, and all the criteria to use it, right? The mountain pass by Peter, right? He's not even looking at the VWAP yet, but the VWAP for him, it could be a potential target, right? So he has all his indicators on what he's looking for in the mountain pass. Everything has to be hit. And then the VWAP could be a calculator of the risk to reward. Well, I'm risking this to try to get to the VWAP, right? As my place of profit, potential profit. So it's using so many different ways, right? But I guess you could start with what it means and why is it important, why people look at it, and then you can see what strategies depend on it. All right. NVDA did try to bounce, couldn't make it to the VWAP, and now we're back down to the previous day close. Big order still down at 214. I think maybe this will be the time where we say bye-bye previous day close.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's tough to say. But those 214 orders keep growing. 70K now down there. AMD on the other hand says I'm going the other way. They're making new highs here. Tesla, wow, look at Tesla drop, man. So glad this didn't give me a signal if it was going to drop this way. Look at that. That is not pretty. Where's the garbage truck? I know, it's a few tickers today. I need the garbage truck. I could agree with you there. The garbage truck or the bin. But there's some stuff that's not trading clean. It's a lot of DRAM, round hill memory. Yeah, if you're in memory, if you're in the memory business, you gotta be crushing. How can you not? All this stuff requires memory. Look at that DRAM. Recent IPO, huh? Oh yeah, recent IPO just in April.
AMD's moving higher, and NVDA can't seem to get off the previous day close. So
that's very interesting.
I did try a long from the previous day close on NVIDIA, and it's too choppy. So once again, out at break even.
Yeah. It's struggling. I don't know what's going on in NVIDIA, but yeah, look at AMD. AMD on the other hand is just nice and clean. Did have this little blip here. That's when the SPY started dropping, and then back to it and continuing. So going back to DRAM, yeah, man, amazing. Great start. Was not on my radar this morning. So probably had no volume. Sitting at the American Stock Exchange was a little bit weird, but they have been trading well, at least today. I haven't seen this ticker in the past. So DRAM, round hill memory. Let's see how much we hear of this one going forward. Intel, INTC. Yeah, it's a good breakout. It's not a bad breakout, actually. Very, very nice off the VWAP. I did watch Intel last week or the week before, and we did trade it. I gotta remind myself that Intel's trading much better. It's not the crappy stock that it was before, so we definitely got to keep an eye on it. Today was another possible good day. Issue on trading terminal. It's responding for me. I'm clicking here.
Yeah, looks okay to me.
Looks okay. Gonna refresh just in case. Everything looks good right now. Yeah, just refreshed it. I was able to get in. All right, Tesla back at the VWAP. This one also has been struggling to head anywhere. If you look at the 5-minute, bigger time frame, you can see the back and forth on Tesla. AMD is the only one that kind of broke out pretty nice. NVDA also struggling on here as well. And I'm looking for a VWAP breakup. I don't see anything I love. Ooh, how about Futu? If Futu can get back to the VWAP. Volume is so light though, man. Volume on this thing, it looks actually pretty messy. Spread is 26 cents. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. AMD wants 500. I could see that.
And that's where all the orders are sitting. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's
we're about $6 away from it, and
215 on NVIDIA finally got there. All those orders that have been sitting at 215 got pulled though, which is interesting.
Yeah, yep. Andrew is trading MU, and Andrew's having a great day on MU when long at it, partial. And he is MU has massive orders at 860. Let's see if it can get up there. But Andrew doing a amazing stuff on MU. All right, Andrew got a new camera. I like the lens. I like it. See the BBT office, looks pretty nice. Wow, NVIDIA collapsing, guys. So NVIDIA did finally go down to get those orders at this is what we wanted earlier when we were short 214. There it is. Look at the drop. I showed NVIDIA. Awesome. Let's see how much it's gonna go here. SPY is not really driving this this move lower.
Oh.
NVIDIA's doing this on his own. Man, what a crappy day for me, guys. So I got nothing. Futu's bouncing off the VWAP here. QBTS is going through my secondary list, trying to find a foothold from the drop after the open. Dell, this is why we don't watch Dell. Dell is just pretty crappy. It reminds me of Intel. When Intel used to trade like this. Now Intel's a lot more sexier now. The candles are a lot cleaner. Oh yeah, it looks good, baby. Oh yeah, it does look good. We'll give it that. Definitely has changed. It's definitely in play. More people are watching it and trading it. But man, missed this opportunity here. I wasn't watching that VWAP breakout on Dell. Oh, I'm sorry, on Intel. Oklo nothing, and BP also nothing. So MWC, this was last week or week before. We saw this some time ago. It was one of the high flying ones. I don't see anything. Yeah, last week popped up. Nothing today though. Yeah, it seems that way, Addison. I think some stuff has okay volume, but man, it's trading horrible. Like they're just stuck sideways. Like you look at Tesla, and you don't see it much. So it's easier sometimes to get caught up in the 1 minute where you don't see the actual movement. But you look at the 5 minute, you can see it's just stuck in this range. Like it's really, really nasty right now. NVIDIA has done the same thing, more to the downside, made a new low just in the last couple of minutes. But for the most part, it's been stuck here between that previous day close and that 216.80. Right, so it's back and forth. Now it broke out, got lower, trying to get its way back up into that range. VR breakdown Intel. Yeah, I saw it selling off. Let's see what Intel does here.
Number came out at 93.1 versus a 91.9. So yeah, not much to write home about there, as expected. Right, pretty late.
I'm on mute. I don't think I'm on mute.
No, you're back.
Oh, I was on mute. Oh, yeah. I was talking. Yeah, you were. I gave you all the secrets. The secrets, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
So sorry.
It's lost. It's lost forever.
It's lost forever.
Wisdom.
That's it. And I can't repeat it because, just can't.
That's right. It was a moment in time. It's
a moment in time. That's it. Felt compassionate. I felt a lot of empathy, and now it's just gone. It's gone, all gone. All right, here it is, guys. So you probably guys knew exactly what I was saying, right? The drop here in the VR breakdown. Here's the pullback. I'm probably going to go short around 121 or so. If we do get the drop right now, it's still good for our VR breakdown. This is a very deep push, though. Maybe I wouldn't wait maybe all the way down here. Maybe I get in a little bit earlier to get a better risk to reward. Give it about 80 cents. Because this candle, if I get in here, what's our next target? Previous day close. That risk reward is not ideal. That's not ideal. Here, 121.50, 121 will be nice. But this thing is pushing higher with no orders on Atlas. On the upside. Boom, 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 boom. I think below 121.50 I might jump in. Let's see. Here it is. Here's the weakness. All right, I'm getting in now, guys. Stop loss 121, 122.35. So I don't want to wait all the way down here. I think it doesn't make sense. If we got the weakness now, I want to get in a little bit early and then try to aim for that previous day close if we can. So orders still look bearish towards 121.20, 121. I got a couple orders above here, but nothing too heavy past 122. So I'm hoping that we can continue here towards that previous day close. Let's see. All right, second trade. First trade was on NVIDIA, which didn't work, and NVIDIA did come back up after hitting a new low, came back to the previous day close, and it's just not, the more I look at NVIDIA, it's just not trading well.
No,
It's really not.
I keep hitting my head against this wall, Carlos. I keep trying to trade it. I got short NVIDIA. I got stopped out again at break even.
It's trading tough, man. Yeah,
I'm actually short in it again.
Yeah.
Stop once again at break even. Like it's just, but it's not. Yeah, like you said, it's trading really tough.
Yeah. And it's early, guys. Only 10:10. You know, so it still might give us our move that we're looking for, the breakout, either up or down, doesn't matter. But it's still very early. But it's playing hard to get. It really is. All right, looking for Intel. If we can get previous day close, I'm very happy with that. I did get in a little bit earlier than I normally would for a VR breakdown, just because I think this candle is too far out. The drop was too much. And the reason is if I jump in on the break here, I think the risk reward is just, it's not worth it at that point. So let's see if we are going to get our drop on Intel.
God, it is ugly. All right, well, AMD did get a drop.
AMD.
Yeah, NVIDIA, look at that. NVIDIA's green again.
Yeah,
NVIDIA keeps giving like hope.
I know, and good clean hope, and it's just like, what? What are you doing? Oh man! All right, so here we are, guys. Let's see if Intel can get the drop. Let's see if two things here, right? I got in earlier, didn't wait for the actual signal based on weakness. Let's see if that's going to pay off. What that does is, the pro is that we have a nice stop. We could do our stop to $1 and 122.50, right? So we can get a little more stop, or we can keep 122, right? But we have more wiggle room here. And if we get to our previous day close, where we got a much better entry than what we did if we had it here over at 120.86ish, if we got filled that good. Sometimes it doesn't happen right on the spot. It could be usually worse. Usually when things starts dropping, if it gets down here, it's not gonna be an easy drop. It just happens quickly, so you don't really get it right on there. Very difficult at times. But let's see if the early entry is gonna pay off in this situation. Right now, I'm looking at Atlas. If you look at Atlas on Intel, it's like all the orders are right here in the price section. They're all just right here. It's heavier to the downside, so I'm hoping that this is going to start pulling the price down. But everything is right here. Then you got big orders way out, further out, but all the orders are right, like on the price at the moment. Wow, rough start to a 4-day week on this Tuesday. Not an easy one, friends.
We said coming in that, you know, like we didn't know what to focus on, and that happens on these days, right? When you don't know, the market may not, you know, give clean moves. So, sure enough, like the market didn't really feel as bullish as it might have looked pre-market, right? Because pre-market we were green on most things, but we're sort of green, but not by much.
Right.
And we've certainly been choppy in that process. So
sideways on Intel. The longer it stays here, I know Market Atlas looks great. It's even getting better to the downside as far as orders go. But the longer we stay here after such a nice drop, for me, the higher the likelihood is the buyers are going to get, a little more courageous and start pulling this higher. So we need to lose this quickly, or sellers are going to get tired, and you're going to get the push above our stop here. So let's see what it does. See, getting above the VWAP. I don't like that, and it already has proven that it can go. And it might want to go up to 125. Like it's done that already this morning. So that's not a far-fetched to try to get back up there. But let's see what happens. I hate crypto. Why? People love crypto. Why you hate crypto?
Don't be a hater. I mean, I'm not that fond of it myself as a
Yeah.
to trade. It can be very tough, but people, make lots of money at it if they know what they're doing.
Yeah, yeah. Do you have a hard limit or how long you hold a trade open? How long? So I don't have a limit of how long, but if things start to look, all against me, level 2, everything starts to go against me, then yeah, I'll just get out of the trade. So there's no limit on time. But I feel like the longer it stays, like now, look at that. We're gaining buyers, but man, I don't see big orders up here for it to be moving higher like this. So we'll see. I'll give it to 122.25. I think that's respectable, and we're hitting it right now. Yeah, we're gonna get out of it. I think, man, every time we hit it, we keep pushing lower. See that 125, 127, then back down quickly. So, are we going lower? Atlas is saying yes. Price action is saying no. Who am I believing here? Who's telling me the truth? Oh, we're gonna drop a little bit here. I can see that in Atlas now. So you can see that in level 2. Getting a little bit of a drop. I don't know how much juice we have to go lower. Dylan 2025, thank you, man. I appreciate the support. Yeah, friends, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. 321 is what I show right now.
The thumbs up. Appreciate that.
It does help out the channel a ton to keep us live here with you guys every morning. This is trading like garbage. This is can we Pac-Man somewhere? Can we just Pac-Man either down or up? Do something. But this is so garbage right now.
Yeah, it's going up on you right now.
Yeah, it's like it goes right to 227, I'm sorry, not 122, 30, 231, and yeah, I'm just gonna get out of it. But the minute it goes up here, then it drops. But yeah, I'm not gonna take a chance. I'm gonna get out of here. Our hard stop, we gave it to 122.50, but as it's inching higher, I don't think it's gonna come back down. At least not now. So we're out of it here, 122.30. And we just couldn't go anywhere. Roughly just stuck. Wow, what a day. I'm 0 for 2, guys. Stopped on NVDA, then on Intel, and there's just nothing that is working for me this morning. You piece of garbage. You're a piece of garbage. If you go down below this VWAP and you go back down to 121, you're a piece of garbage. You're gonna be banned for a couple of days. Because you're trading against long time frame Intel for short on it, or at the rejection wick of the 5-minute. Watch that. Yes, well, I am definitely trading short term, right? Like I'm looking just to get to the previous day close, so I'm not looking at the bigger time frames, but they do help. Like depending on your strategies, the bigger time frames can set up for you. But I normally don't look at the bigger time frames. I look at the 5-minute, I look at that, but other than that, the daily just for levels. And look at this thing, guys. Look at this. And I saw it too. Like every time it kept coming up above 122.25, back down. Here struggled a little bit, went to 122.30, was uncomfortable, got out, and just look at this, back down, back down, back down. Yeah. It's a heck of a day, friends. If you're struggling today, I feel you. A lot of us are struggling this morning. We just can't get a hold of where the action is and where this thing wants to go. I know. As soon as I jumped out, man, red candle. Yeah. Oh, boy. I mean, the Atlas has been looking bearish. I've been saying it. Bearish, 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 down to 120. But we're just not getting the flow down there. So I don't know what the stock needs to actually get going. Right now it's just stuck sideways. Nope, nothing I like. Let's take a look. AMD had a great move and just kind of stuck. Tesla did lose it here, but not a clean drop. Like there's really nothing much happening there. Secondary list, VP, nothing. Oklo, garbage. Dell, pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Like, that's not tradable. QBTS, initial drop, nothing else after that. Futu, great start, and just kind of stuck. There's not a lot that looks great. Like, if I look at this watch list of mine, there's not a lot, guys, that looks great. NVIDIA at the VWAP, or VWAP catching up to NVIDIA, who knows? It could be either one, but NVIDIA.
Well, it's a little bit of both.
A little bit of both, yes, a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Let's see how Atlas looks on NVIDIA. It looks better. It looks, yeah,
Balanced, really.
It looks balanced.
It's
Looks
hard,
balanced.
It's hard to tell,
Yeah.
right? I keep looking at the Atlas too, and like, okay, what is it telling me? And I don't know. It's
Yeah.
so
Like, if
that's a
you
clear
zoom
sign.
in, depending on how zoomed in, it looks more bearish. I'm sorry, bullish. But if you zoom out, there's a lot of orders still down there. 214 has tons of orders, but looks like it might be doing a little run here. Let's take a look. Hitting 216. Maybe now it's got its act together. But we're just heading towards the top of the range at the moment. Yeah, no, it's looking bullish for sure. But like I said, we it looked like this earlier and it didn't go, right? So again, the level 2 information is useful. It's going to help you all the time. It's not going to help you every single time. It's not going to do what it shows there. That's why you got to look at combination of things, right? The more things you have, the more criteria you have for your edge to actually take place, the higher likelihood you are going to make your setup work. But today's weird. Like on an atlas like this, on a such a strong bullish signal like this now that we're getting, this thing would have Pac-Man right through that, but we're not seeing that. Pac-Man is not in the building today.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah,
I love it.
Pac-Man is not in the building today. Pac-Man is off. Mistake yesterday for today. And he's off. Look at that. Look at the drop you're getting on NVIDIA.
You want to see how weird it is, Carlos? Look at my trading.
Yeah.
It's been all NVIDIA for me today. But since when do I do this?
Never.
It's one of the, well, not never, but rarely. But yeah,
very rare.
It's one of those days. Look at this.
Yeah.
Christmas treat the thing.
Your Christmas tree the thing.
Christmas tree.
Now, for those new traders, like, oh my God, Peter's down $1 million. No, Peter does do a lot of risk management. Like, a lot of it's a break even. You'll take some losses. You're gonna be red, but a lot of that's gonna be a break even because I know his stops are very tight. But yeah, this is not normal.
I'm a little red, but it's not. It's like I think I'm down like 1.5 hour or something. So it's just like it's not a big deal, but it's just one of those where it's just a day where I've taken so many trades. I don't normally do that. So.
Why am I thinking NVIDIA long, man? This is our setup, our VIA breakout. Atlas, and this is as bearish. I mean, how much bearish do you want it to be? This is as bearish as it's going to get. I mean, sorry, I keep saying that. Bullish. My mistake, guys. As bullish as it's going to get. All right, I'm gonna. This trade doesn't work. I am. Commissions are high for you, Peter.
I probably have a whole bunch more commissions too.
Yeah. Commissions. Peter's thanking Interactive Brokers for all the great years of service today.
Yeah, that's right. Giving them a big bonus payment.
There you go. All right, I know I am long NVIDIA. I know what you're thinking, but I know. I'm gonna try it here, guys. Long NVIDIA. This looks bullish. This looks as my VWAP breakout. We got this level 216.80 that hopefully we can break. All we need to do here, NVIDIA, it's not that difficult. Just get to the high of the pre-market. It's not that difficult. It's $2 and change. You could do this. Just get up there and we'll be done. We'll be very, very happy. So let's see. All right, my third trade today, guys. First two are at a loss with NVIDIA. First one and the next one with Intel. It's the third trade here for the VWAP breakout on NVIDIA, which again, everything looks good for it. The only thing that does not look good is the way NVIDIA has been trading in the last couple of coming up in an hour in just 5 minutes here. So let's see. Let's see if we can get the push towards that 218. High of the day is around 217.49, 48. That would be 1 hour though. I would love a lot more than that. But let's see if we can at least get there. All right, so our support team saying, hey traders, where are the likes? Please help us to reach 400.
What just happened?
Where are we with the likes? What's our situation?
What did I just do? What the hell?
I know MU is still in the grind.
I was going along with you on NVIDIA there, Carlos, and
you jump? You went?
I don't know what happened. I somehow I must have automatically hit the break even button and then it pulled back instantly and stopped me out. I didn't even mean to. Whoops. Because I had a good entry. I was in at 2.6. Well, it was decent. 216.70. And then it just popped right through. I added and then somehow got stopped out. So I must have added and then did my break even. Again, my fingers did the walking without me even thinking about it.
Oh man. Let's see if it's actually going to work. It might be the right choice. Maybe your finger prevents you from taking another loss here. Let's see.
Maybe.
Let's see. Haven't traded a whole lot, only 3 trades, but man, it feels like I'm putting in a lot of work for today.
Yeah.
It feels like I'm working a lot this morning. But that happens. Some days are easy. Other days not so much.
Yeah, can't all be easy.
That's it. Uh-oh.
Look at this MU still grinding higher.
Yeah, MU is something else, man. Yes, Peter fumbled. Peter fumbled the ball.
Fumbled. Yeah.
Here it is. There goes Peter. Oh no. Fumble the entry.
There you go.
It happens. We all have our fumbles once in a while.
Today.
I tell you.
Yeah, we're like almost to 10:30 here, so.
I know, man.
It is a.
I feel like I've been trading for 3 hours. My goodness. Yeah. How are you guys doing today? Hopefully you guys doing well and have not fumbled too much this morning on your trades. Is Andrew still in MU? If MU is still going up, yes, he is. Oh yeah, I haven't even looked at Andrew's trade yet, and I could tell he is still in MU. I mean, why would he get out unless he has to run catch a flight or something? He's not getting out of this thing. If anything, he's adding. I guarantee he's probably got to add somewhere here. I mean, he is adding heavy on MU. So redeem myself, but still in the red, says Robert. Okay.
I think he's added, but he's been partialing a lot. So.
Tesla's lower and lower. NVIDIA just can't connect 2 green candles together. It's just it cannot connect two green candles together back
you're
to
up
back.
here on your trade from where you ended.
I am.
So that's good.
Yeah. Trying to get to at least. Oh, sorry. I keep bringing up the fumble thing.
We're still fumbling.
Oh, still fumbling. I was trying to bring up something else, not that.
There you go.
I was trying to bring up this
There
here.
you go.
There we go.
See,
Hit the wrong
you're
button. Okay, here it is. All right, two green candles back to back on NVIDIA. That's rare today. Rare piece of structure we've seen out of NVIDIA this morning. All right, 218.
There you go.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take a partial here, and partly because I just don't trust it's going to keep going. I'll be honest. I just don't trust that it's going to.
Got to the high of day. And
yeah.
why am I not in it? Because I fumbled. Because I fumbled.
Oh man, yeah. That will do it. So, partial here on our NVIDIA trade. So let's see if we could redeem ourselves like Robert did. Robert did redeem himself today, so he's doing better. Still in the red, but doing better, he says. Whole month is a mess for me. Oh man, sorry to hear that, Georgie. Sorry to hear that. This month overall has been great, man. We had some really, the last 2 weeks at least, and not every day. There's some days with no trades, some days like today where we just have not been able to connect trades here. But this one, finally, we got one here that's working. Thought I saw Mike connect. Okay, he is connected. He's just getting all set up. Okay, cool. All right, so here it is. Let's see, friends. I'm gonna take another partial just in case. I know I'm being very aggressive with this, but we haven't proven that we can keep going with this momentum. So hopefully now we can. So two partials in already. If we can at least stay above 218, we can at least cover this red trade at least. Let's see if we could do that. We won't cover Intel, but at least we can make NVIDIA green for the day. That's a win. Should not think like that, by the way. Should not be thinking, hey, let me trade to cover the losses. You know, you let your trade do that on its own. At the end of the month, the quarter, everything will average out, right? So don't think like that. But I'm partially more aggressive just because the way NVIDIA has been trading, just the back and forth, is just not good. Good morning, Mike. How are you? Hopefully you have been having a better day than me and Peter have.
Yeah, I had basically a one and done day on MU. I mean, you get a $20 move on it with
wild, man.
With a $5 stop. I mean, but what can you?
Yeah, like, insane.
And there's a good learning point today that I think a lot of traders, like if you look at my MU trade, because I think maybe you have it up there, a lot of traders would be upset with this trade, right? Like they'd be so mad because MU is going to go to what, 890, and you caught a move from 840 up to 860, right? But it's your plan, right? Like you trade your plan is good, and if the plan works and you make what you allocated towards it, you can't get mad if the stock keeps running, because then you're just beating yourself up for doing what you're supposed to, right? And then you reinforce not following rules because your mind's like, well, if I follow my rules, you're just going to beat me up anyways, you know? So sometimes you just have to understand, follow your plan. It works both ways. You stop out because that's your plan. You take partials and you get out where your plan tells you. And if the stock runs, so be it. It runs. But MU could have very well have turned and reversed here all the way down in 2 points. I mean, new 5-minute low here is my exit point, new 5-minute low here and here. So there's no way that I would be in this trade any longer, right? So, I mean, it's just just there. There's so much news coming out too with the Middle East right now that is really whipsawing the market around. So
yeah.
That it is.
I mean, it's almost like every 10 minutes Benzinga hops on there and is giving us news about this person says this about the deal, this country's doing a ground up into here and crude's doing this, and it's like, gotcha. We need to catch up on 3 days worth of news into one trading session. It's what it feels like today. So
yeah
it's crazy. So, but it was interesting. Like I looked at the futures market Sunday at 5 p.m. when it opened, and we gapped up significantly. So if I let me pull up the futures here, somewhere around here. Yeah. So if we go back to the 60, right? Here's Sunday at 5 p.m. where we gapped up and we just ran higher and higher and higher. And then the market opened. This is kind of considered the regular trading hours because it's 9:30, and then it closed early because that's when the futures close for the holidays. And you can see we were there, but then when we opened up yesterday evening, we just kind of sold back down, right? And if we look, when we came down, I mean, this is the SPY too. When we came down and tested Friday's high, that's when the recovery started. So it was almost predictable, right? Like this was your inflection point, like, hey, or the decision point. This is where the market's either going to continue down lower and we're going to sell off for the day, or it's going to recover and we'll probably push back up to 75, 70 here on the futures market. So, yeah, it's just one of those days. Very interesting because this is the first time since I've been trading futures that the market's been closed on a Monday. And I knew I really wanted to see kind of how the futures would play out over that market close time to see what they did. Because although the market's closed for the US, the futures market was open in Asia and London and every place else. So they were all trading it. So, but very interesting. And then I do think we're just going to continue climbing higher for a little bit longer. At least I think we're going to get up to 75, 60 on this before we really consider. Right now we're testing that low of the regular trading hours from yesterday for the futures. So we'll see what happens there. The micros are good low price futures. Yeah. Like any of the micros are relatively price low, right? Because you're not trading at 7,554. You're buying a contract that every tick on the micro ES right here, one tick is $1.25 risk. So 1 point is $5. So I mean $5, that's a reasonable amount of risk that you can manage even with a smaller account, right? 10 points is $50.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we look at the low to high here, right, we're basically 30 points. So it's $150 risk from high to low today that you're managing. So that's how you manage the futures. You can't really look at the price because you're not buying the actual price of the contract. It's not like stocks, it's a derivative. You're buying price movement is what I like to say.
Wow, it is right back down here. Yeah.
So yeah, MU started heading back down, huh? Did you take it short, Peter?
MU? Oh, MU's, I don't know. MU's too crazy.
You're like,
No.
And that one's wild. Friends, let's take a quick look at some trades that I got here from our community, our moderators and members. Someone was asking who is Andrew that we keep talking about in chat. Vincent, that is Andrew. This is his community, actually. This is his YouTube channel. He is right now trading in with our members in our community. So there's Andrew.
Yeah.
He is trading MU. You can't see it, he doesn't have it up right now, but he had a monster trade on MU as well.
Oh, yeah.
And added a couple of times and did very, very well. So there's Andrew at the top. Here is Brian at the bottom. And they're trading live for our members here in our community. But I want to show you guys some of the trades that we have for today. Where did I put that thing? Hold on. Let me go get that. I thought I had it here. Guess not. Let me see. Where did I put our trades? John does a great job of putting these together for us so we can get us a quick snapshot of how our community is doing. All right, so here it is. And the first one is yours, Mike. So Mike right here on MU, which we got a look at earlier. So you went long, partial, hit your targets. And again, whether go, like you mentioned, whether it goes up to 900, doesn't matter. You follow your plan, and that's important. Here's MU on AGK. So AGK went long here for the 1 minute ORB, partialed into strength. Added as it broke a new high, so kind of like a high day breakout, kind of, and then partial some more towards the high. So great stuff there on MU. I don't know what happened here. We'll skip this. This one.
That's weird.
Here's how you got
Slashed. Halfway scanned.
It's like via breakout, maybe, I can't tell, but halfway scan there. Somebody put a paper on top of the scan or opened up the machine, Peter. People did that back in their days.
Yeah.
It happened all the time. Because you have to go to the Canon, the big Canon machine, right? If you guys remember that. You go over to the big Canon machine, you set up your scan, then you have to run back to your computer to scan it. And if somebody didn't know you were doing that, they'll come open the middle of the scan and mess your whole thing up. Things have changed. Do people scan anymore? I don't know if people scan anymore. But everything's PDF signed now. So, all right, let's continue here. Tom H. Tom H. Here it is. Long for AMD. So long AMD. Partial. What's a scanner? Kyle, don't make me chop you, man. What's a scanner? We're trying to make us feel old, but I get it. Some people don't know what that is. Oh boy. All right, and so Moria, she had a cut, or he or her, I'm not sure what they are, and not in an offensive way, but they went short here, and they had a couple of great trades last week too. They went short there, partialed into PLTR on the weakness. So really great stuff there. Usman, good buddy here in chat, long, added, partial, added, long. This was Intel, right? Intel? I could tell by the price. Intel, yes, 125. I can't see what the ticker is, but Intel for sure, because we saw the charts there. Very, very nice. I should try to take a short here. It didn't work. But yeah, great job, man. Great trade. Oh yeah, here it is in the corner. Thank you guys, Intel. All right, perfect. And there it is, our trades for today. So thank you guys. Amazing stuff. I appreciate you guys sharing. Yeah, scanner was a thing back in the days, friends. We used to do that. We used to scan papers and send them to somebody else so they can print and store them. Man, the amount of waste with paper, huh?
Yeah. Newspapers?
Papers at all, like paper itself, like the printing, just paper, print, scan. I mean, I remember we used to, how crazy it is. We used to print the paper to scan it so somebody else in another company can print it. And I mean, that's just, what were we thinking? It's a lot of paper.
Yeah, it's Carlos. It was a paper world, man.
Oh my goodness.
We used to use electronic means just to convert paper back to paper. You know, like think about you put a fax machine. You would put like the paper on the thing to spit out more paper at the other end. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah.
My goodness.
The way the
Poor trees.
Poor trees.
Jeez. Oh man. I mean, I'm not a tree hugger, but there's better things we could do with trees than paper.
Well, yeah.
There's better things out there.
That's true.
I don't mind my fire, my camping fire once in a while. I don't mind that, but my goodness. Papers on papers.
Hopefully with
Oh, boy.
campfire you're using downed trees anyways, but they're also valuable to a forest, I suppose. But anyways, yeah, you know.
Yes, yes. Agreed.
Yes.
This,
it's a good question. I don't know
MU.
if they're down trees. Good question. I gotta find that out. Not sure what they use.
I think they use like the mulch or the like the sawdust when they cut up for lumber, right? The excess to make the paper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that's what they use to make the paper. So you're chopping the tree down for lumber or some other product, and then you use the byproduct to make the paper, I think.
Mm.
Or
Yeah,
at
we don't
least
need
that's
as
what I
much
would hope
anymore.
they do.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
That's what I hope they do, at least. Because I used to live by an old paper mill where they actually made paper. So they had a paper factory, but they also had a lumber factory right next to it, and they would chop down the trees for the lumber and then use the leftover to make the paper. So
sounds like a reasonable way of doing it.
Yeah.
Sounds effective. As Tesla's being right now above the VWAP. How nice. And NVIDIA. By the way, if you missed it, I am out of break even on NVIDIA, guys. I did put it in chat. It just came right back down to our entry. NVIDIA is just horrible.
Yeah, it's tough to trade Micron up at this level right now. And then you're in NVIDIA, Carlos?
I was in NVIDIA earlier. So here's my trade. I'll show you guys right over here. So we went long for the VR breakout. Got a couple of parts. So I'm glad it was aggressive now because, again, we had no faith it was going to keep going. And we were right. Came right back down. So we're out of break even. It's been that type of day with NVIDIA, man. It's been a battle, both long and short. I mean, wow. And getting a lot of great signals that would normally work. That's what makes it tough, right? Like it's not like we're trading crap. It's like, oh, why are you joining this? No. This is hitting all my criterias, the stuff I look for that normally works is not working. Same thing for Peter. And man, it's just brutal today. So definitely the wrong horse today.
Yeah.
Waiting for a giveaway. VJ Fox Trades. We would love to give you a giveaway. Yeah, we would love. I'm the first one to say, hey, let's go. Peter's second, and Mike is right there. So we would love to give it to you. We need a couple of more likes.
Just
500
have to
likes.
hit the button.
Yeah, unlocks that giveaway. And we got 2 giveaways per week. We got the funded account that we'll be giving out, and then also 1 month elite membership, a free elite membership to a winner. So 2 giveaways per week on those 2. But we got to hit the 500 likes, and then also one of those would be for our Lambos and Garbage Truck family as well. I said thank you for supporting the channel. So yeah, absolutely.
Did go short MU here.
Once again, nice.
As always, a tight stop because I didn't get the best entry, but it's back green again. I chased it a little bit. I'm hoping to get down to 870.
Looks good. Looking good, Peter. Let's see.
So it's so weird to trade
nice.
something that moves the dollars like this. It's hard for me to get my head around it.
Yeah. It is different. I haven't traded something like this in a while. Where AMD does a little bit of that now. Not as much as this, obviously, but AMD is doing a little bit of that where you can get a dollar pretty quickly. All right, let's see, Peter, if you get your drop here.
Might if we get, it's too tight to my stop here. This thing could easily just spike through my stop to 882. is my stop. If it goes back up above that, I just can't. I don't like the risk. Well, let's hopefully.
Yeah.
Let's hope that we stay below.
882. That's your entry. 882. That's not bad. Right now, it
But
just
the
need
way
to get
this
the
moves-
drop. Yeah. Oh yeah. Could blow right through that, be all-time highs in no time.
Yeah.
This is all-time highs, right? 890, 91, 891.
Yeah.
Yep. So. Oh yeah. Look at the daily. Oh yeah, it is. This thing opened up around 817. $70
Come on,
from
Micron. Drop. Don't do this.
the open.
Don't come back and stop me yet.
Are you in Micron, Peter?
Yeah.
You
Oh,
are
wow.
crazy. Shorting Micron.
he's nuts.
I-
But we like him.
Right.
We love him.
I love you, Peter, but man, you're crazy.
Oh, I made money on it. I just got stopped at break even, but I did make money. Not much, but
I know the way that you like to trade, and that's why I'm like, man, you're crazy, because I know you like the tight stops.
yeah.
So it's like with this stock, it's man, that's crazy.
I mean, I
But
obviously
good
took
job.
significantly smaller shares because when I put my risk in, the risk came up at like $3 or something, right? So
Yep.
$200 risk. I was taking like 70 shares, 60. I think I got 68 shares or something. Like it's not a big size.
So I have a question for really Carlos, not Peter, because Peter's not a beer drinker. Sorry to kind of come.
You're right on that.
Before I tell you all the greatest marketing scheme that I have seen ever that I ran into this weekend, I need to ask, and even you all in the chat that are beer drinkers, have any of you ever put beer in a 5-gallon bucket?
No. Like a water 5-gallon bucket, those blue buckets? No.
No, like a 5-gallon paint bucket from Costco.
Oh, hell no.
Anybody ever thought of that?
No, never thought of that.
No, right? Like,
No.
no. Why would I do that? Why would you do that?
Who's doing that?
So, Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce have this beer, right? Known as garage beer, right?
Oh, my
Right.
God.
So garage beer is the name of their beer, and it's just kind of this thing, right? People sitting in the beer garage. So I'm at Sam's Club, and I'm like, hey, it's Memorial Day weekend. I need some beer for the barbecue going on. There's some Yingling. I'm going to go grab a case. And when I go to grab the case,
You spot it. I got to put that big. You got to give me a sec. I got to bring that in the big screen, baby.
this
What the hell?
This is in the aisle, right? A 24-pack of garage beer in a reusable bucket.
So all the beer's in there. It's
So-
not like in packs in there. Like the beer is actually in the bucket.
They're in cans in there.
They're in cans.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you-
Okay.
So it's not a bucket of beer.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I could.
which would have been awesome in a whole bunch of different ways. But I thought you actually bought a bucket of beer. I'm like, what the hell?
not
Like, what, you
a
just put
bucket
a
of beer, but
put a
all the
straw in that
cans.
and-
And I'm
Okay.
like, no, I gotta buy it. I just
gotta
got
buy
it,
it. Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Greatest
Yeah.
marketing scheme
There
ever,
you go.
because I'm like, I'm buying it.
How
Who
can you
doesn't-
not
who
buy
doesn't
it?
need a 5-gallon bucket every once in a while? You're like, I just need an extra bucket for something. So there you go. Now you'll have lots of them.
You know,
And,
so
and,
I
and if nothing else, Mike, you know what? You take the beers out, you flip it upside down, you got a seat.
That's true.
You got a seat. You got. I mean, it's multi-use. It's a table for your beer.
There you go. Yeah.
Like,
Oh my
so
goodness.
all I did, filled it up with ice, brought it down to the 8th floor for our playoffs on Saturday night, and we polished that thing off like
Oh,
that.
I'm sure.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
sure.
sure.
So, and now I
And
can
I'm sure
reuse it.
in the
right?
conversations on this thing, I just probably went for like half
Oh,
hour
yeah.
talking about this thing, even more. I mean, this beautiful
Yep.
thing. Tailgating, I could see that.
People
being
were like,
very big on tailgating.
when I brought it down, they were like, "What are you doing? Are you painting or something?" I'm like, no, beer,
Read it.
baby.
Yeah, there you go. I think it's great. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you just fill it with you could fill it with ice right there. You don't even, it's got its own container. That's
So-
brilliant. I like it. So now,
That's good.
Will is asking a good question. Was the beer any good?
Nah.
Okay, so there's the downside, I guess. The beer was
Right.
only.
But now I can use the bucket to fill it with good beer. So
Oh my goodness!
I will say though that it wasn't terrible beer.
It's actually a beer, so it's not like this was the bucket of whatever beer. I didn't know they had their own beer, garage beer. I did not know that.
Yeah, they have garage beer is the name of their. That's why I love the marketing, right? Because it's garage beer, and where do you keep these buckets? You keep them in a garage.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's really good, actually. Yeah.
So I mean,
That is very good.
that's exactly where you keep them.
Oh man,
That's why I was like, oh yeah, I'm buying this. My wife wasn't too happy about it, but that I was like, no, I'm buying it. Sorry.
Oh man.
Sorry, I'm buying it.
Awesome.
And now I have a bucket that I carry around.
Love it. Love it.
So that was the best marketing scheme I've ever seen. Like
they
there's
got you,
marketing
man.
out there, but that one got me. Like it ultimately changed what I was going to buy. Completely changed what I was buying that day.
Very nice.
There you go. That's the key to marketing, I guess, right? If it changed your purchasing decision, then that was successful marketing.
Yep.
That's it. That's it.
See, I'm telling you, we can touch on every topic here. We have life experiences.
Absolutely.
In the pullback now off the SPY. So back to the markets now.
Yes. Back to the markets.
Now, and totally different, but market related at least. It's that time of year. I don't get a lot of mail. Most people, who gets mail anymore? Talk about paper, Carlos, to what you're talking about earlier. But I'm getting all of these. Do you get? I hold a lot of stocks in my retirement portfolio, and it's all of these notice of annual meeting to shareholders. Like I get like these in the mail all the time. So
I get emails.
I don't get that in the mail. I get emails of that. Yeah.
In Canada, there seems to be a requirement that they send in paper. Or maybe I haven't clicked the right button somewhere. I don't know. Maybe I just not clicking the right buttons. But I get all this mail.
Okay.
I'm like, I'm not going to your shareholder meeting. I mean, I own the stock, but it's.
I got my check somewhere. I got my Apple lawsuit check. It came in. I haven't opened the letter yet. It came in Friday or sometime last week, but it actually came in.
There you go.
Yeah, my app is the Lopez versus Apple Inc. So Lopez had his lawsuit, and my $40 are there. So I definitely gotta deposit that. But yeah, so
Way to go,
my first
Lopez.
lawsuit check. Hey, go Lopez. Got his payout. So good for him. Good for him. It's a Canadian thing. It must be mailed. Okay, that explains. It could be a restriction. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
Probably.
because I've never seen those in the mail. Usually an email or something.
Yeah.
It comes from
there
like
you go.
Interactive Brokers or something.
El Patron, that's good to know. Thank you, because I'm like, maybe there's buttons I'm forgetting to check, but I just get stacks of these at this time of year, and I'm like, geez, I didn't realize I even owned all this stuff. Anyway.
Yep.
I get it for sometimes stuff that I day traded. Like, hey, you were at one point trading this, and I didn't even hold it for a day, and I guess something like they might be a fraudulent transactions or whatever. I got one like that last week or the week before. So, but yeah, you get those. Canadians don't care about trees. I think they do care about trees.
Well, Canadian legislators, I would say,
Don't care about trees.
Don't care about trees.
Right. Or maybe they own a printing company. That's what happens.
Yeah,
Follow the
be
money,
it
man.
too.
Follow the money. Where's the money
you go.
going?
That
Who's
could be it
getting
too.
paid? Or not maybe them, their cousins, or whoever's supporting them, donating. Yeah,
Good.
Somebody
kinds of
owns
things.
a printing factory.
yeah. Need to send these out. Oh man, in 3-inch thick paper.
Yep.
Yeah, they come in substantial envelopes.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
There's all sorts of stuff in there. But anyways,
goodness.
it's like I was keeping around the perspective from a company, and it had all of their, and I'm like, why am I keeping it? I'm not going to read this. I just threw it in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know, which is what the problem is, right? Because you're throwing it out.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Good morning,
Hey,
gentlemen.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen, how are
Good
you?
morning. I am doing good. How did you guys do?
Doing
I
good,
had
man.
a
Doing
good day. I cannot
It
complain.
is dropping again. NVIDIA.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that. NVIDIA below the VWAP again, man. What a mess. But yeah.
What a stupid company, useless. Can't even stay above you up.
Well, why you sound like Andrew? You sound like Andrew now. That's something like Andrew
Yeah.
said. What a stupid company.
Stupid company.
Oh, man. All right, friends. Hey, have an amazing rest of your day. We'll leave you with Eamon and Kyle as we take you to the next hour. Eamon, just refresh that screen. We'll have it up.
Yep.
And we'll see you guys later. Mike,
Okay, let me
Peter,
just
and
try
I
it one more time.
will catch you guys again tomorrow.
Take care.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Kyle, been a while. I guess the traders here missed you. Every day
Oh,
they're
did
like,
they?
where is
No.
Kyle? Where is Kyle? I mean, just leave. Bring Kyle back.
I'm
I mean,
here.
you're sick. Where is Kyle?
How you doing, Eamon?
I'm doing good. How was your day?
I was 0 for 3. My son honestly woke up today and chose violence. Like I slept like maybe 3.5 hours last night. And he's on a rampage. Like he's teething like crazy. And so I was 0 for 3. My training day wasn't amazing, but honestly, I had an amazing weekend. We'll dig into that a little bit later, but trading, not amazing. Overall, my mindset is good, so I'm okay.
All right, guys, please clip this so that when Kyle's son grows, we'll show him that the red day was because of his son.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the blame. He's the one to blame.
That's right. Someone needs to be held accountable for this.
I agree, because when I'm red, it's my cat. I don't have a son yet.
Yeah,
He's
that's
coming
right,
soon.
yeah.
But now it's my cat.
Let me
For
kill
you, I
my
guess.
How was your morning?
It's your son. Uh, Tough. Not
Tough?
easy. I don't know how it is. I had one red day, which was half an hour loss. And I took another trade with 3 ads, no partials yet. And I'm still in it. And I was literally about to get wicked out. You see, like 3 cents before my stop loss. I can't believe that he did not grab my stop loss. I was literally 3 cents away from getting stopped out on Apple, and it went in my favor. So that's something promising. If market makers or big players don't want to get me out, it means that someone is praying for me. I don't know who, but thank you, guys. Exactly. I was behaving well, I guess. Anyway. It's not that promising. It's not that good. Been a really tough morning. The main stock on my watch list was obviously NVDA for a long. As we said, I mean, what the company? You can't even stay above VWAP, just blacklist. I was about to pull the trigger on it like at 9:33. I wanted to see it pushing back to 2017 90-ish, and it never made it all the way up there. And I decided to watch Tesla as well. Tesla was one of the stocks that I was watching. Never set up, unfortunately. Another stock that I was watching was INTC. Never gave me the entry. This one set up, went to the entry zone, went to the target, but never gave me the entry. And there was one more that I was watching. AMD also never gave me the entry. I think the only one that gave me the entry was Apple, but Apple is doing nothing. So we'll see what's going to happen. I still have one bullet left after this trade because it's 2 trades at the open and one later during the day. The 2 trades at the open are there. One of them was a loser. Second trade, if it fails, is going to be a full hour loser and I'll be down 1.5 hours. If it works, we'll see how much it's going to make us. Sergio is asking.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you can send me a trade and we'll take a look at it. So Sergio is asking, how do you choose your stocks for the day to trade? I get overwhelmed looking for setups. I don't know, Sergio, if you got my book again. I'll keep mentioning this book every single day, guys, until every single one of you gets it. Make sure to take a look at it, read it. I explained thoroughly there how I select stocks and how to manage them. And if you did already read it, make sure to leave an honest review. Now, how do I select stocks? I start with the weekly chart. I do that during the weekend. I don't do this on day-to-day basis. And just to get an overall idea as of whether the price action is bullish or bearish. I'm looking at Apple on the weekly chart. I'm definitely more bullish, right? We broke all-time high. Week after week, it closes bullish. So it's giving me some sort of a feel that the market is going to be long today or this week. Next, I take a look at Apple, and I have the 3 to 4 candlestick rule. If we break a consolidation or we're in an advancing phase or form a bull flag or form an ABCD pattern, I can keep an eye on the stock for 3 to 4 days. This is the first day after the breakout, the second, the third, and today is the fourth. And by the way, the fourth day is the trickiest because it's literally at the end of the move before the pullback happens. And this is probably why this thing is doing nothing so far. I mean, trickiest day, ugly, and it's the fourth day, but I like the hourly chart. And this is the final part. So Sergio, you said you are looking for the hour chart. The hourly chart is the time frame that you need to take a look at after you end up analyzing your daily chart. So you get a feel or bias based on the daily chart. If there is no bias, but the hourly chart looks good, you can just simply build the idea based on the hourly chart, but it's going to be less accurate. I would rate it maybe as a B selection. But if you have a daily plus a 60, then that is ideal. Now on the 60-minute chart, you can see that Apple kept making higher highs and higher lows, flagging at the edge of the range, ascending at the same time. That's a clear breakout pattern. And now I have weekly chart that's looking long, daily chart that's looking long, 60-minute chart that's looking long. And all I need to do is time my entry well. And look at these guys. Anyone else, not anyone else, I don't want to brag, but I'd say a lot of traders would have been destroyed in this type of price action. They would have been long, out. Long here once it goes in their favor, once it's green. And then they'll be out around here. Then they'll be long around here one more time. And then they'll be out around here. Then they'll buy it long with this spike. And then they'll get subbed out around here. Then they'll buy it long around here. Breaks the high they'll add, and they'll be out around here. These are the type of price action intraday that get most of the traders to give away days, if not weeks, of profits back to the market. But if you have solid entry criteria, worst type of days are not going to even get you to max loss for the day, because sometimes it's not your fault. You do the best, or you do your best selecting stocks, you do your best analyzing the markets, getting the good entries and everything, but eventually market does something random. And that's the reality about market. The market does just whatever it wants to do. It's totally random. You know how it is for surfers, where they go trying to catch a wave and then they just sit there and wait for the perfect wave to come to them? It's the same around here. I mean, they can't control the ocean or the sea, right? They just simply sit and wait for the perfect wave to ride it. And even if they get the perfect wave, I mean, there is no guarantee that they are going to ride it well. They could just simply fall down, right? And it's the same thing with the market. All you can do is survive through the randomness and react whenever the setup is ready. After that, it's literally not up to you. I'll answer a couple more questions, Kyle, and I'll pull up your trade, okay? So L Patrons is saying, what do you mean you start on the weekend when the market is closed and no news are coming out? How do you know what to expect the next week? L Patrons, yes, I just take a look at the weekly chart and I get a feel as of what is the dominant direction for the next week for the stock that I am watching. I have a list of stocks, 90 stocks approximately. I go through all of them on the weekend and I pick the best 5-6 stocks for the week. It doesn't mean that they are going to be good. And yes, you're right, there could be some news that are going to get the market all the way south, but these 6 to 7 stocks are high accuracy stocks where I can tell what could happen the next week. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be trading only these 9 stocks, but these 9 stocks or 7 stocks are my priority for the week. If something pops up on the scanners or gives me a good hourly, for example, price action, I'll still watch it, I'll still trade it, but it'll be only for small moves. Apple is there on my weekly chart, and the daily chart is supportive. This is why I did not exit anything, even though we already had, a decent move, right? I mean, this was my entry around here. This is my ad, another ad, and not a single partial, because I'm expecting more to it. It's on my A plus selection list, where the weekly chart is also supportive, and I'm looking for a bigger run on this thing. So let's see. Kyle, let me open your trade. 1 second. Just downloading it.
I am in Roblox right now, but I'll go over my first couple trades, and then I'm in a winner, thankfully, on Roblox right now. So I sent you that as well.
Yes. Should I open the RKLB?
This
or
one's
Roblox?
fine. So this was my first one.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't honestly like my performance today wasn't amazing. Looking back, I'm going to journal out that I probably shouldn't have traded. Just like lack of sleep, like my focus wasn't there. Like, so this was a really good, nice 5-minute opening range. I added. I have no idea why I didn't take a quick partial on this. I was up probably 3R, and I just like had brain fog. Like I don't know what. Like I had the yips. Like it was just like a performance thing, and usually I would have partialed at least 30% for sure. Like it was a great move. The volume was there, but so I got stopped out of break even. Then I flipped it short, and I got stopped out. And like at that point, I actually like pulled my chair back, and I was like, "What am I doing?" And I just stopped trading, honestly. Like, and I just started listening to Andrew, and like I had a little bit of FOMO on MU. I was looking at that, and I didn't take a trade on that. So I just sat back. I actually made my wife made me breakfast, and yeah, I didn't trade for a bit. But this was a very standard 5-minute opening range breakout for me. I had a very small starter position, and then I went in really heavy for the break there. And I don't know. I just had performance anxiety, honestly. Like, I don't know what the deal was there. And it came back down, got stopped out, and then right away flipped it short, got stopped out for a 1.5R loss. So embarrassing, but I'll log it out. And honestly, it happens. And then that's part of trading, right? You live and you learn, die by the sword. But yeah, so right now I sent you my other trade.
And sometimes your son distracts you.
Sometimes, every day.
Exactly. And sometimes it's that.
So I caught a good one. This is on a funded. This I'm really proud of as well. So more to the left, where my entry was on top of the first 1-minute candle, and just great volume. And you can see at the bottom as well, when I got in, a lot of volume came in as well. So I executed this one. I've partialed a couple times now at 145 or 144.75. I'm out about 75% of the position. So I made back 1.5 hours. So I'm almost break even now. So overall, like my morning session, not good, but this Roblox is working out for me now. So hopefully we'll come out on top.
It's Rocket Lab.
Or Rocket Lab, sorry, Roblox. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like
you literally turned the rocket company into a gaming company. They're not gonna like that. They're not gonna like that.
Like my brain, honest to God, like when you don't have a good sleep and you're not focused in the mornings, like just don't trade. And this is part of like being on the YouTube, and like sometimes you feel like you need to trade, right? So I should be trading the simulator if anything, but it's just like a performance anxiety, and it happens. But there you go, Rocket, it's shooting up for me now. So now I'm up 1R on the day. So
well, to be honest, it doesn't matter what you call it as long as it makes you money. Even McDonald's.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So overall, yeah, good. And then I got a very nice email from Andrew this morning. I got the confirmation that I passed the funded account. So.
Oh, congratulations, by the way. Yeah, Kyle.
That's why I shared that with you as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying congratulations, Kyle. Just got his payment on the funded account. And guys, this is definitely a tip for every single one of you. If you want to trade live, don't do it in your account. Do it with someone else's money. Even if it's simulator, you still get paid out for that. I mean, don't get it wrong. Some people think that the funded account means trading with Andrew's money. No, Andrew is not going to let you trade his money. He's not going to allow you to blow it out. It's simulator funded. Basically, it's simulator money where you practice and there is a reward. If you make money, he will pay you out. If you blow out, you at least treat it as a real-time experience. Yes, the P&L reflect on the commissions. I think $2.95 per ticket, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2.95 per ticket.
Yeah.
Same as the most of the brokers' commissions per ticket.
Commissions, yeah. And like Eamon said, right? Like I've I've recently just become somewhat profitable because of the funded accounts, right? But use it while it's here. Like if you go to variabletraders.com, you can see how much Andrew's paid out. Like it's over $400,000 of his own money now, right? So we don't know how long this is going to last, right? Variable Traders isn't a prop firm. Like he's paying this all out of his own pocket, right? So I would highly recommend. I know a lot of people have already jumped on it, but get into it and learn how to trade in the simulator. It's an educational tool. It's there for you to learn to trade. Show up to these sessions. We'll do our best to help you evolve your trade book, and don't just chase the money, right? That's the biggest thing for me. Like I'm very open about this. I've blown a few funded accounts up, but at the end of the day, I've come out on top because of my trade book and my strategy, right? So download it or buy one when you can.
Exactly. Well, Sammy asked, Amen, is your course better or the book? Look, definitely the course is better, more detailed, more example, live price action, live trades, a lot of things that are included in the course. But it's an expensive investment. Probably it's better to start with the book. Start with the book, read it, give an overall idea about it. If you think that you're enjoying my trading style and you're enjoying multiple time frame analysis, you can take it one step forward. Is your book applicable to scalping? Yes, it is applicable for scalping, for swing trading, for trend trading, for momentum trading, for reversals, literally anything. It teaches you the structure, it teaches you the context. Then you refine it to your trading style. Bimpara is saying no trades in my cash account today. Good job. You're not going to regret it. No trades is no loss, right? Anyway, it's a really weird market. I have no idea what's going to happen around here. Apple is slow. The SPY is selling off, which is definitely not supportive. The Qs are selling off. But what a crazy market. We're sitting at all-time high again. Can you believe that? I thought that this week is going to be last week, the 11th, sorry, yeah, the 18th. We said that we are going to make a new weekly low. And we did that. And I told you that when the stocks are really strong, new weekly low doesn't necessarily mean a pullback. It could just be a trap because on stocks around all-time highs, stocks on positive news, every single new low, every single pullback just gets bought back up. And that's exactly what happened on the Qs last week. It barely made a new low and it instantly got bought back up to all-time high. I don't know how far this thing can run, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to jump into a swing trade right now on the market. I'm not going to invest my money in it, but
like we were
not a
saying in
bad
the
market
chat
to
room
be
this
in.
morning, like it's crazy. Like every other day, it seems to be like, well, Mike mentioned it as well. Like one day there's going to be troops going on the ground. The next day there's a potential ceasefire, and then there's more about the Strait of Hormuz opening up. And like every day there's something. But at the end of the day, for us retail traders, the volatility is good news for us, right? That's what we want. We want the volatility, we want the volume. And then it's just our job to really find those stocks. And that's something I'm really trying to do as well. Like even on weekends, like yesterday, just sit down and just look at what's going on today. Look at the movers. Like Eamon said, he's not always just sitting down in the morning and just, throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. He has a plan. Mike has a plan. Really successful traders have a plan of what they want to execute. They've looked at the ATR and they show up, they wait for their strategy, and they just execute, right? So that's a big thing. Just like I'm a big preacher of just showing up in the mornings, get down and have your journal, have your books, do your mindset, do your meditation, and then get into a trade, right? Don't just jump into it because you think something's going to happen, right? At the end of the day, it's about executing and controlling your edge. So just know what your edge is and pull the trigger when it's ready. And hopefully you get another bullet.
Exactly. Harry's asking for the book name. Harry, I just posted the link for it in the chat. You can click on it and it will get you directly to the book. Now, like Kyle was saying, obviously, there are a lot of news. One day there are troops on the ground. Second day there is a deal on the table. But the real interesting thing is that when there are negative news, the market doesn't care. It just stays flat. And when there are good news, the market reacts to it and goes to all-time highs. So negative news don't move the market. Positive news bring all-time highs. That's the crazy part actually about the market. Sammy, I agree with you. We want discounted stocks. We want stocks to give us some sort of a pullback to use our longer term accounts, right? My swing trading account is just sitting there with only one position open in it, which is Microsoft. I want to open more positions, but I cannot do that when the market is sitting up here. Probably big dump is going to happen sooner or later, but I don't know how big the dump is going to be when we just keep making highs over and over and over.
I'm taking one more partial here on Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab. I can't believe I was calling it Roblox the whole morning.
I was like, what are you going to call it? What are you going to call it?
146. I had a great run, so now I'm up about 2 hours. So
good job.
That's the thing about
I
trading,
love the
right?
timing
Like,
of the entry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I love the timing. I said the timing, like 1 minute before the volume spiked in, that was actually good.
And this is something like, this is why you show up. Like I'm actually evolving a lot as a trader because of you, Eamon. Like just the way you think and like just being, and this is what I preach to everyone, just show up and just listen, have a journal, write 1 to 2 things down that Eamon says, that I say, that stands out to you, right? And then you start to understand things and eventually things click, right? And for me, the opening range for me has been very successful. So if you want to pull up, can you pull up Rocket Lab from
Yes.
the open? And then just do a 1 minute opening range.
Oh, sorry, the open. Right?
Yeah, from the open all the way until kind of where I got in at this trade. So this is something I found a lot of good success in. If you just do a box from the first candle all the way over.
Yeah, 1 second.
So my entry, you can. I mean, my entry was at 1056. Can you put it just to the top of the without the wick, just the body of the first candle?
I see what you mean. Yep, please.
Yeah. So the wicks do obviously have a lot of say in it as well, but this one, the range that opens up and spreads all the way across, especially around the 1030 to 11, this is where those fair value gaps and these bigger moves can show themselves around this time. So this is what I was waiting for. So at the open, I had 2 bad trades. My mindset wasn't where I wanted to be. So I literally just sat back, listened to the chat room, listened to Peter and Carlos, and I'm watching Rocket Lab. I have a few other stocks I'm watching, but as it started to retrace around 1045 and it came down into the 1 minute zone, that's where I started watching it again. So I'm anticipating the move. And then my entry was right at 1055, right after that volume. Because I've been doing this long enough now that I've started to anticipate, and you use your intuition as a trader, as a human, of what's going to happen here. The SPY started to move, the Q started to move, and you anticipate the move happening. And that's where, like, this was a tier 2 size. It wasn't tier 1 because I already lost a couple this morning. I don't want to chase it. I don't want to have a really bad day. And you just execute on it, right? And then let the stock breathe a little bit, give it 1 to 2 minutes, and then take your partials, right? So this just comes with time and practice and just chart time. So yeah, a lot of it is Eamon as well, right? Like around these times, he's telling us what he's thinking, what he's seeing, right? And like pick up his book and eventually things will click. Like I said before, like there's levels to trading, right? You first start in, you don't know how to use hotkeys, you don't have a strategy. But once you unlock those first 4 or 5 levels and you get to like level 7 or 8, this is where these trades become a little bit easier because you've seen it so many times, right? You look at the volume, you're watching what you need to watch, and then you just execute. So yeah, just keep moving forward. Every day is a new day. You show up and just continue to believe in yourself and move in the right direction.
Exactly. Austin saying, is QBTS and QUBT worth managing and have value, or should I look in terms of Austin, I don't know what setup are you talking about, whether you're talking about a swing trade or maybe a day trade, but I have no idea. These are not the type of trades that I usually trade. There is a lot of room to the upside. There is a lot of room to the downside. It's a really volatile stock that could go back and forth a lot, right? I mean, big in January we were sitting at 31, and then by April we were sitting at 13, which is over 50% drop. Now we made it as high as 31 again, which is 120 maybe percent up, and in one single day we're down 15%. Right? So it's a bit too much. It's difficult to trade. Not the type of stocks that I would trade. I will not tell you what to do, because if I tell you to sell and then tomorrow it's at 50, it's going to be my fault. And if I tell you to hold and then tomorrow it's at 15, it's going to be my fault as well. If I were long in it, I would be locking in profits. That's the only thing that I would say. I mean, just if I were long, I would have definitely locked in some profits around the $30-ish area.
What a move on MU too. Holy, this thing.
I see
were you
this.
watching this?
I see.
Oh.
Yeah, I was watching this thing. Like it was also on my list for a long, but I wanted to see a new hourly low. This is the 8 a.m. candlestick. I put an alert at $800, and I was like, if this thing goes to 800, I'll start looking for a long entry. But it just kept going higher. MU is going to 1,000. This thing, it's kicking a lot of FOMO inside me, but it is what it is.
So you were waiting for a pullback on the 60-minute to create a new low, then you would have went long?
Yes, again, because of the three candlestick rule, right? 1, 2, 3. I needed to pull back, reset the count, and then I start looking for a long opportunity.
And so on the MU on the 60, on the what would be the fourth candle, because there was no wick on the bottom, that wasn't a low. Is that right?
You see, yeah, I mean, basically there it is. This is the 8 a.m. candle to 9. I started watching it at 9 a.m., which is here. The price was sitting around here. I was like, okay, I want to see the market open, pull back, sell off, sell off, sell off, make it a new hourly low, and then I start looking for a long. That was my overall thought process on it. It never made that, unfortunately, but no regrets. Sometimes we don't get the setup.
I know Mike traded this today. He made a really good point as well. Like he got like a $20 move. He did essentially what's a 5-minute opening range breakup on it. I saw his trade, and he made his day, but it was only within about 3 to 4 minutes. And this is something, and he said that's really you need to think about it, right? Like when you have a plan and you execute it, don't get FOMO. You don't need to get back into it. If you made your money on the day, just stop trading, right? Like
Correct.
I don't know what his partial sizes are. I think they might be 25s or 50s, but there was only 2 of them. But that was just one and done, right? So that's all you need as a retail day trader is just find the move, hit your risk to reward, and then be done. And then just trade in the simulator if you want to continue trading. If you need that dopamine, right? Like don't go chasing things. If you've made $300-400 or whatever your goal is on the day, just stop trading. It's easier said than done. Like I've revenge traded too, right? Like you look at my trade today, like I went long, I got stopped at break. What did I do? Boom, I just went short, right? Because there was so much volume coming in that it's not even in my trade book to do that, right? So that's the importance of what I was talking about. Like if you're not clear between the ears, you don't need to trade, right? So, and I'm evolving as a trader too, right? Like, so it's easier for me to say it now in hindsight, but in the moment when you're in the thick of it, it's that's why trading's so hard, is because you're dealing with your own emotions. But when you take the emotions out of it and you're just trading from your trade book, that is where the success really comes out, right? When you're not, second guessing yourself, you're just executing. So, yeah, another rant for you.
Even saying in hindsight is not that easy for us traders. I think that traders go through different stages. The first stage is where they take a trade and they have no idea what they did real time, and they have no idea what they did wrong in hindsight. At some point, after that, at some point, you can understand what you did wrong in hindsight, and it's easier to tell in hindsight, but it's still difficult to tell in real time. After some time, it becomes easier to tell in hindsight and real time, but it's difficult to react real time, even though you can tell. And even after more time, you can tell in hindsight, you can tell in real time, and you can react in real time. So there are multiple stages that we all go through, and that's how you need to think about it as a trader. If you can tell what you did wrong in hindsight right now, be proud of it. You are at a new level. You've improved. If you can tell real time, but you don't get it always right, or you hesitate entering, it's okay. You've improved. You are better at telling real time. And once you pull
Right.
the trigger, even if you're not profitable, still be proud of yourself because you've improved as a trader. Now you are pulling the trigger, but there is still something to work on. Uh, I don't know what moderator said this, but you need to always compare yourself to yourself, not to anyone else. Are you a better trader today than you were a month ago, a year ago, 2 years ago? If the answer is yes, then keep trading. If the answer is no, then go play golf.
That's right. What else we got going on? So you have no positions going, right? You're flat.
No, I'm in Apple.
Oh shoot, yeah, that's right. You're still in Apple. That's right.
Yeah, this thing is just giving me, I don't know, nothing interesting. We'll see.
Have you taken?
If
You've added a couple times.
Yeah, I entered here, and I added. I had 2 ads without any partials.
Where are you?
On my stuff.
What are you targeting? Sorry, I missed that.
313 something.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I'll probably partial before 313. If it goes up, obviously, because this candlestick is not looking promising. I don't like the fact that it broke this mini consolidation in the 5-minute chart and closed red, but it's still not that bad because we did not break the high of the day. If you broke the high of the day and closed as a bearish candlestick, that would have been a nightmare. But breaking the mini consolidation and closing bearish is still not the worst thing that could happen. 15-minute chart is not that ugly. I mean, it is ugly, but not that ugly. So there is still a chance. There is no reason to exit. What I can tell is that so far there is literally no reason to bail out with this trade.
Because that 60-minute candle looks bullish, right?
The 60-minute candlestick looks bullish. The 30-minute candlestick still could make a third candlestick. That's one, that's two, that's two, that's two, and we still have a third in it. The 15-minute chart made a reset, so that's one, but it's a bearish one. If it's going to close bullish, it's going to give me a better type of price action, and the 5-minute chart is just stuck in a range. So
Right.
there is literally no reason to exit. Obviously, there are the ups and downs for it. I don't see it as a short yet, but I don't see any reason to exit. The only thing that scares me out is that it could grab my stop loss to the by a penny and then make the run.
And Eamon, do you take your partials are 25?
Percent? It
Yeah.
depends on my PNL. I trade my PNL.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If I have 3-4 hours in my unrealized, I would lock a bigger profit. If it's 2 hours, it will be really small profit, 20%. Sometimes even nothing. I prefer to start looking in profits at 3 hours and more.
Okay.
I know that
I think
sometimes we
that's
say that
something
we
that
should
I
not
need to
trade.
work on too. Is just
Yeah.
I just like the way that I'm thinking about things. Like when you look at the way Andrew trades, because he takes such high volume in shares, right? You look at his charts and you're seeing like because he's taking 10% partials, but he's buying like 4,000 or 5,000 shares of whichever stock, right? So he still has a lot of stock remaining when he's taking these 10%. But for our smaller traders like myself, if you're taking tens too much, right? Like you're really skewing your average a lot. So I think maybe I should move to 20s or 25s. I don't know. Something I'm working on.
I trade my PNL. I know that a
Okay.
lot of traders say don't trade your PNL, but I do trade my PNL because I'll tell you one thing. If you know that your average winner, for example, your best winner, is somewhere around 4 hours, let's say, and now you're sitting at 3 unrealized, you're so close to your best type of trades, start looking in profits. If you know that you're getting the 3 so often, then there is literally no reason to partial at the 2. Wait for the 3. This is kind of the way I trade. And as my average increases, I tend to start holding longer. So basically, my management depends on how I progress as trader.
Got it.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened to me. Like on my first trade today, like
Mhm.
because I took my P&L off. Like I've been working. I used to have it on. Now I have it off. But I know because I was tier 2 size. I know I was up like probably $325. I know it, and
Yes.
inside my mind, I was like, okay, just hold for like $400 or $500. Just hold it, and then boom, like it just went. It like ripsawed down against me. Then I flipped short, and I think that's in my mind why I decided to go short because I knew how much I was up. And then I just figured like if I go short, I can just make it up quickly, right? And it actually did the opposite. And that's what the market will do to you, right? Like it will humble you when you're chasing things and you're not trading your setup. So I definitely should have taken a partial. Anyways, I'm just rambling about myself now.
Hiding PNL helps when you're just starting to trade, but after some time, you know how much you're up, even if your PNL is hidden, because you know
Mhm.
how big your share size are. You know the dollar value that ran from your entry, and you know how much you're up, even if the PNL is hidden, right?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
Uh,
man.
Sig Visuals is asking, how did you pick your entry on Apple? So my thought process on Apple was like this. This is what I've seen during the pre-market. The consolidation on Apple somewhere around here. And I already mentioned the daily chart looked good, the 60-minute chart looked good, everything looked good. So for me to play Apple, what I did not like about it is the 5-minute chart. This is how the 5-minute chart looked like. Really wide range, really ugly. And when I have all the time frames looking good, except for my main time frame, which is my selection time frame and entry time frame, I play it only if there is a trap. I play it only if there is a fake break. So the first thing I want you to see on Apple is a break below 310 before I'm interested in playing it to the long side. And that happened during the pre-market. Perfect. We had the sell-off. We had the fake breakdown. Now I'm interested in playing it to the long side. After the fake breakdown, it went to the upside and I played it to the long side. And it broke the range. After the break of the range, this thing went down inside the range and I got stopped out. Now what do we have? We have a fake breakdown and we have a fake breakout. Normally, if I see both, a fake breakdown and up, I wait for one of the two things. Either a new low of the day with a recovery into the middle, either a break of the high of the day for me to get my entry. So I got the new low of the day here at 938 with a recovery into the middle of the range. So I get my first entry criteria. I'm in. But now what do we have? We have this type of price action. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. And I see that there is an ugly range. So if I play it around here to the long side, I cannot just simply put my stop loss anywhere around here because I can see that it could keep doing this type of price action until it breaks. The moment it broke, I added. The moment it broke, I added. And I think that if it breaks 311.80ish, I'm going to have one single final add on this trade and move my stop loss to the final to around 311, maybe 12, maybe 311, 14. We'll see. But if it doesn't break the high and just simply goes against me, I'll get subbed out for a full hour loser. That's how I picked the entry on Apple. Anyway, that is basically it. I think it's still long, but like I said, the only thing that I'm afraid of is that before it makes the move, it's going to get me wicked out to the penny. When stocks consolidate for so long, it means that there are a lot of traders sitting in there. And if there are lots of traders sitting in there, there will be a lot of traders getting subbed out. And for institutions, shares are really important. They cannot just simply buy 50, 100,000 shares with one single button. They could drive the price to an area where they believe there are a lot of stop losses. And when traders like me start getting subbed out, they'll be grabbing this liquidity to recycle their shares before the actual move happens. Knowing this is painful, but it doesn't mean that I should move my stop loss. I'll just respect it, and if I get trapped, I get trapped. One member also asked about NVDA. I don't know about NVDA at the moment. I was long biased on it initially, but right now I have no idea. It just sometimes it's easy to tell reading the price action. Sometimes you look at the chart and you don't know what's going to happen because it feels both. It feels like it's short and it feels like it's a long. And when I have this dilemma, I usually avoid trading. I wait for 30 minutes more, an hour more, before it starts looking better. Now, Rajesh asked the question a few times. Sorry, Rajesh, I ignored it. Did not ignore it, forget about it. How do you make hotkeys by using SteelSeries keyboard? First of all, you need to download GG SteelSeries. I think what it's called? Yeah, the SteelSeries GG. And you can create the macros using these. My tip for you would be to open YouTube and search how to create macros on SteelSeries because it's not that difficult. It's maybe a 2 or 3 minutes tutorial, and it's going to be more clear there rather than wasting a YouTube show creating hotkeys on a keyboard. If you get stuck, send me an email. I'll send you I'll look for some decent tutorial and I'm going to send it to you. As for the hotkeys, you need first of all to create a formula for yourself. And how will you calculate how many shares you are allowed to take? usually, or the first thing you need to identify or to decide is what is your dollar risk per trade. And let's say it's $100, for example. The next thing you need to go for a few stop losses that are not real but predefined, like a cheat sheet. You open an Excel sheet, predefine few stop losses. What if my stop loss was, for example, let's say 5 cents? What if it's sorry, 0.5? What if it's 10 cents? What if it's 15 cents? And you just simply go on. And these will be different hotkeys. Go for the calculator. $100 divided by 5 cents, I am allowed to take 200 shares, right? $100 divided by 10 cents, I'm allowed to take 100 shares, and so on. Create multiple hotkeys like that. It's going to make it easier for you to understand how many shares you need to buy, depending on the distance between your entry and your stop loss.
Lan's asking if I've blown up a funded account. Yes, I have. I've blown up 3, but I've made 3. I'm in my last one now, but Andrew's not allowing me to do another one, so that's okay.
Wait, but you did the third one? Wait, he's allowed you to do the third, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
Did he allow you to do the third?
Yeah.
He's like, so this is your last one
right now. But I have about a month and a half left, and it's at about $9,000. So it's going well. But and this is what I said last week. Lance 6763. Don't chase the P&L. You know, one thing I really recommend, and I know I've said this a bunch. Try and make the money back that you spent on the initial investment. So if it's $400, just try to make that back. If you make more, if you make a couple thousand, use that money and roll it into peak capital. Peak capital is by far, it'll take your trading to the next level, no doubt about it. You get one-on-one with guys like Eamon, guys like Peter, Carlos, Mike. I think Mike's a coach, right?
Group mentorship. Just don't get it wrong.
Yeah, you get group mentorship.
Group mentorship.
Right? That is by far. You get, you know, you can ask any questions. You're in a Discord, and that is for me the next level as you evolve as a trader, right? So use the funded account to learn the hotkeys, to get yourself familiar with trading, get your feet wet, so to speak. And if you come out on top, be happy with it, right? Like guys like Trade Hub here, he's risking $30 a trade. So, you know, if you make 3 or 4R, you're making $180, right? You times that over 33 months, you come out with a pretty penny. But that's the way people think. Like you're just going to make that much money every single day when you start trading. No, you'll be lucky to do it 60% of the time, right? Like depends on what your hit rate is. So it's a long game. It's a compounding game. You're not going to get rich quick. The opposite will actually happen if you have that mindset, right? Trading is about the long term. It's not about, okay, I'm going to make $10,000. Everyone wants to make 10 grand a month. I keep hearing that from everyone. I want to make $10,000 a month. Yeah, me too. I want that too, but it doesn't happen overnight, right? It takes time. You have to build your account up. If you have a small account, under $10,000, you know, if the PDT rule is lifted now, and I think it is, but you don't need 25 grand anymore. So if you have $10,000, be realistic of how much money you can make every single day. If it's 1% of $10,000 is what? Right?
$100.
If you think you're going to make $500 to $1,000 a day with a $10,000 account, you're going about it the wrong way. Like, sure, you can use the leverage, but it's a very dangerous game when you're using max leverage as a new trader, because you're P&L hunting and you want to make that $500 a day because life is expensive. Life's expensive for everybody, right? But you need to be realistic with what your account size is, what your goals are, and don't really, like, it's easy for me to say again, because people look at me now that I have a couple payouts from this funded account. Like I've got lucky. You do get lucky sometimes as a new trader. There's no doubt about it. But can you hold the money? That's what Andrew says. He said it to me multiple times. Even just talking to him on camera quickly, he's like, okay, you've made a little, but can you hold it, right? And you can go look at my trades. Like I've had what are called Hulk days, right? You just your mind, you just start seeing things that aren't there. You overtrade. Like I usually take 3 to 5 trades a day. And then that day I took like 10. I lost $15,000. Right? It wasn't real money. It's the funded account money. And I had a nice buffer. So luckily I didn't blow my account. But Hulk days are inevitable for new traders. If you think you will not have one of those days, I guarantee you it would happen. It would have happened to me today, but it's happened to me so many times. Like I could have just kept trading after the open there, seeing things and just chasing trades. Don't do it, right? Have a trade book and just sit back sometimes. If you're not having a good day, don't take a trade. Just don't trade. That takes a lot of courage too, and discipline, right? Like don't trade. If it's not there, don't take it. Sorry, another rant.
Exactly. Keep ranting. All good. So guys, I get subbed out on the Apple trade. So it's a down 1.5 hour day for me. We still have one more bullet. I'll probably take one more trade in the BBT chat room if we find something. If not, then that would be my day for today. But look, it's part of trading. I mean, no matter how long you're trading, and I've been trading for 10 years now, still have these days, and it's good to be totally transparent about it. No matter how good of trader you are, no matter how good you are at reading the price action, getting good entries, managing and surviving the weeks, eventually the market, like I was saying, does whatever it wants to do. And your job is to react to whatever it's doing. It went to my sell zone, I sell, and look for the next trade.
I'm still in RKLB. My break even is 142.19. It's just consolidating now. I only have a few shares left, but that's all I have going on right now. Oops. Hey, Eamon, where can I see other traders' progress on the funded account?
I'll post a link right now in the chat. There it is. So if you go there, it will take you to this link and it will show you the traders progress on the funded account. These are the traders who were paid around here, right? There they are.
Then you can go to the top and adjust the bar for current traders or...
Exactly. You could do that, for example, last 30 days. You could do, for example, the current traders, whatever you want. I mean,
like who is Danya? Is this person in the chat room? Like, I want to buy you a beer. I want to take you for lunch. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're up $84,000 on a $12,000 account. That is honestly unbelievable, and kudos to you.
I know that.
Unbelievable. It's almost unrealistic. I think it's important to ask yourself how much you can risk daily without losing your mind. Exactly. Agnes, exactly. Yeah.
Let me see.
Let's see. Daniel should have to show 100%, Ben. Like, yeah. But, and this is the other thing too, because you can, all the funded account traders, you can click on them and you can go through all their trades and you can see what the risk to reward was, right? So just be mindful of that. Like if you click on, like I had I think my biggest loss was 16,000. Daniel had $131,000 loss. Right? So
that's probably was a blowout day.
So that's the thing. I didn't blow up, but I think this person did. So yes, they are the number one trader, but did they actually get the payout? Because they were up a lot. But if they had one day when they lost $131,000, they dropped below the $10,500 drawdown. So they blew up.
I'm not sure that actually happened. Did it? Because I don't see it on the maybe it's a bug because I don't see it in the history.
It's a bug. But anyways, everything's on there on the back end, and you can click on it and see. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it was that, wasn't it? Yeah, if you click on the name, it says largest loss 132.
Oh yeah, it is there. It is actually there. It is actually there. This largest loss.
but the win rate's 82%, right? So, I mean, great hit rate. But if you lose $130,000 a day, good Lord Almighty, watch out.
You see, and this is why funded accounts are easier to trade. You could be up $200,000, you'll lose 130, you're still up $70,000, but who cares because you'll get paid out $10,000. You could just gamble on it. You could average, you could have a $20,000 day, you could have a red $10,000 day. You don't care about it because there is a cap, and you try. A lot of traders, when they trade with a funded account, one of the strategies that I've noticed they are doing is they try to have a big first winner. Gamble on the first trade, $10,000 gain, $15,000 gain, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
And then they take it slower. But remember, there is a consistency rule. Your best green day should not be more than 40% of your total gain. So eventually, you will need to have at least a couple more big trades like these ones. But they usually don't care about it because what they care about is just get to the safe side. After
Right.
that, they start trading. So many different. I think that the strategies and the trading style for a funded account is different than the strategy and the trading style in the real account time account. I know a lot of
Agreed.
traders, especially those who are doing, for example, futures, they go for the negative P&L, where they go, for example, for 0.2% gain, but risking, for example, 1%. That's like 0.2 to 1, right? Or risk to reward ratio. But they know what they're doing. They know that, okay, the market is probably going to go to the downside around here. So I'm going to play it to the short side. I'll put my stop loss, for example, somewhere around high of day, and I'll be looking for this play small winner around here. So they go for like 0.2 to 1 with a really high percentage win rate, and then they withdraw the gains, and it works. It works, but you're probably not going to do that in your real account.
Right. It's so interesting. There's so many different strategies. Like, hey, people make money in really interesting ways. So, and that's what you have to do. That's your job as a trader. Like, what is your edge? And then you just control it and just execute it. And I think honestly, like with the being Memorial Weekend, I was thinking a lot about like you look at all these military guys inside variable traders. These guys, their execution is unbelievable because they have such good discipline, right? I just can't believe like they never, for the most part, slip up. Like you look at John's stop losses, like he's out, but he knows he can get back in. And that's something that I've learned as well as a trader too. Like just get stopped out. Take a breath, wait for another setup, look at something else that you were had on your watch list and just pull the trigger on that. Being able to execute at a high level every single day takes so much mental capacity and discipline that's why a lot of traders fail is because they just can't handle that pressure and they don't have the discipline. But the one thing I want to say is that comes over time and screen time, right? Like just being involved in the community, showing up every day, like I say, and just watch the charts, see how markets move. And, eventually, like I say, things just click, but you need to be able to execute when your setup shows it. And don't over leverage yourself. Use the equalized risk key and just keep it going. Candy, you got food 2 near high of the day. Are you trading that, Candy? I know you had a good day. I was in the chat earlier and you said that you hit your max goal already. So congrats. Do you have any alerts set for when you're in the chat room?
Sorry?
Do you have any alerts? Like, are you watching anything for later on?
You mean do I have alerts on stocks?
Yeah.
No, I just go through the list of stocks and then people sometimes call something, sometimes I watch something. But for now, there is nothing that I feel interested in. I can see that Tesla is literally just going sideways. I looked at NVDA and it's probably going to be a red day for it. Apple, by the way, is now kind of getting dominant to the short side. But anyway, for now, there is nothing that is exciting. But I think by 12:30, we'll start getting a picture that's clear. And maybe by the end of the session, I'll be taking a trade or around 1 p.m. We usually get these type of days. Either we get a huge run at the open and then we play reversals midday. Either we get a choppy price action at the open and then we get a breakout midday. Either we have like 50-50. It's kind of a move, it's kind of nothing. And these are the tricky ones where you actually need to wait for something to happen. And it seems like this is that day. And I don't want to force anything on my final trade. I'll wait for something A plus.
I gotta ask you
If you
something. Do you
Mhm.
love avocados? What's with the avocados? I have to ask this.
You don't like
When
my
you're coming-
avocados behind me?
I love avocados. I
I love
like
eating
them.
them, yeah. But don't
They're
tell them
so
that.
good.
They'll
Yeah,
get mad. Exactly. I don't know. I mean, they just look cute. I have no
they do.
idea.
Yeah, no, they fit great. And you got the green going. I love it. Oh, it looks
Yeah,
good.
see, I even have a green light color for them.
I love it. You ate them daily. Yeah, who doesn't love avocados? They're so good. It's so expensive
Healthy.
in Canada. Like 2 avocados now are $5. Can you believe that?
Well,
That's insane.
I mean, it's okay because in Russia, one avocado is $5. So
Oh, really? See, there you go. Matter of
a good
perspective, I
one.
guess.
Yeah, so be happy. It's not that expensive there. Yes,
Here's
Sergio, I
just
love guacamole as well
yeah, who
for
doesn't?
breakfast.
Spies dropping. What's when's SpaceX's IPO?
12th of June. Can't wait for that, by the way.
Oh, that'll be nice. And it's supposed to be the highest ever, right? IPO?
It's supposed to be that. And I have, you know how an IPO, when it gets so hyped, it gets released and then it dumps. I don't think that's going to happen to SpaceX. I just have a feel that it's going to be out and it's going to squeeze for a few days. And
Mm-hmm.
people will have more and more FOMO because they will be sitting in hope that it opens and dumps and they can buy it at a price better than the valuation price, but then it just keeps squeezing and they'll get more and more and more FOMO. And we might get a story with SpaceX that's similar to how we got it on Tesla. Remember how Tesla back in the years was, it got a couple splits in a really short period, right? It was just
Yeah.
running and running and running, then it got split and then it kept running and it got second split. I don't remember if there was a third split or not. There was, but I don't remember if it was within the same period. So I don't know why, but it feels like SpaceX could do something like that.
It'll be
Helen,
interesting.
the course, yes, these videos are recorded, but if you get the course about multiple time frame analysis and reading price action, you'll also get access to the MTF Mentees Hub. Usually here in the morning, I share some trade ideas. The members of this server are only members who got the course or people who I privately worked with. So it's like literally a group of people who are trading the exact same trading style. There is the trade log, they share their trades, which is actually really good. Enough transparent traders. -1 on Tesla, 3 hours on AVGO. Val had a red day, unfortunately. I bet that Tom had a good day. Yeah, Tom did. He's amazing trader, actually. Samer had a bad day. Surprising. Samer usually just keeps nailing it. Harvey, 3.5 hours. So it's really good to see. Also, oh, there is Samer also plus 4.5 hours. So basically, it's really good to see how other traders and take a look at their trades when they're all doing the exact same thing. Plus, you get access to monthly mentorship sessions. There'll be one in the beginning of June, I think. That's about the course. Curious, where do you place your stop loss? I keep getting stopped out when I put 5% with key. You don't want to have random stop losses, Vicky. Your stop loss needs to be at technical level. I talked about this in the beginning of the YouTube sessions. I just don't love repeating information because traders who are here on daily basis, they get bored of listening to the same thing. But any trade you take should have an entry, should have a stop loss, should have a target. Your entry should always be a setup. Let's say that this setup is an ABCD or maybe 1 minute ORB. Your stop loss needs to be technical. In an ABCD pattern, it's the level C. In a 1 minute open range breakout, it's the low of the previous candlestick or the entry candlestick or the middle of the range. So you use a stop loss that is technical depending on the setup that you're playing. You don't just simply randomly put a stop loss at 1% or 5% or 10% or whatever it is. This is how you can survive the pullbacks. If you just put it at a random percentage, you are definitely going to get wicked out more than often. And the painful part is when you are right. You get stopped out to the penny and then you see it running.
I used to get this question a lot in the chat room. So if somebody is risking $25 per trade, do you consider when the P&L turns to 50, is that 2R or is that 1?
If you are risking obviously $25 and you're up $50, then you made 2 Rs, right? Risking 25 to make 50. Yep.
Yeah. I had like someone in the chat way up there was asking that, like I'm risking $25 a trade. So that's when your partialing has to, you have to work through your partialing, right? So if you're risking $25, you don't want to start partialing until you're at least above 1R, because that skews your numbers down the road, right? If you're hammering, if you just look at your P&L and your P&L hunting, if you're risking $25 and all of a sudden your P&L says $25 and you're partialing, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. Just think about that for a rookie trader, right? You want it to be above that, because over the long term, as a new trader, if you don't use a hard stop and you move your stops, that will kill you in the long run, right? So you need to make sure you know what you're risking, you know where your Rs are, and when it's going against you, just get stopped out, because it's for the greater good of your trading career, for your analytics on the back end, so that you stay consistent, right? You need to not partial too early, and you don't move your losers. Just take the stop out and just continue on, right? That's it.
Exactly. Well, let's answer this last question. AAI reversal. I think it's decent. Yes, the daily chart looks strong on it. The 60-minute chart is not that sold off, but I don't like this part on AI. The break above 192. It looks like we had a fake breakout, and normally after fake breakouts, the price never looks back. So even though it looks like a reversal setup on the 15-minute chart and like it's bottoming on the 5-minute chart, this thing could go below the low of the day. So that's basically it for us for today, guys. If you have any more questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbultraders.com, kyle@bearbultraders.com. If you're not following me on X, make sure to follow me. I usually post my trades there with a small explanation. I'm looking forward to talking to you all tomorrow with Kyle at 11 a.m. Eastern. See you guys.
All right, guys. Take care.